fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon.
Peace to the gods.
Listen, check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I get sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in a heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is sitting in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't feel satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war, the attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky. I'm just setting up, give me a minute. Just give me 1 second. Hey, peace forever, love 774. Oh man. talk a little bit about the weapons that are used in this war. I think this is the one remote viewing. Hero psychological potential for intelligence collection. This is an alleged CIA document. You know, that's even true. Let's see. Do-do-do. Abstract. Remote viewing could be a potentially profitable intelligence collection tool if accepted as valid by those who have the power to promote its research, blindly overlooking the persuasive experimental data that this phenomenon has yielded on numerous occasions, could equate, from a counterintelligence perspective, to discarding a potentially dangerous threat. Yeah, okay, potential. So now it seems in this new generation, even with the police and the government, everything's assumption now. You're guilty through assumption. So even if you think a thought they don't like, it's assumption. Dangerous threat is the people using this stuff. This study is not designed to persuade the reader that this phenomenon is absolute, but rather to bring to light that in time, through continued study and application of this phenomenon, it would prove a worthwhile collection tool. Yeah, okay. Research in this area is at a standstill in the United States. That really means it's not at a standstill. They're in full throttle. The general premise threaded throughout this paper is that a great majority of professionals from government, military, and academic circles are reluctant to accept this phenomenon, regardless of significant findings. So regardless if they're full throttle, ain't no standstill, my ass. The fear of humiliation for accepting something was so strongly cut across the lines of conventional wisdom appears to be overriding reason. This paper illustrates through informed opinions of prominent government, military, and academic officials the roller coaster of differing attitudes this phenomena has weathered over time. While this study addresses the inherent shortcoming of this phenomena, they keep calling it a phenomena, it also uncovers a great deal of credible information in the form of experimental test procedures and results, interviewing with reputable authorities and suggestions for employing this phenomena, which, if ever accepted, could contribute to acceptance of remote viewing as an intelligent force multiplier. So, when they say stuff like this, they're already using it and testing it, and have done that probably a long time. Who knows where our thoughts truly come from? What if the truth is all of our thoughts are coming from this North Pole pinging fucking tower?
traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of the imagination. I knew it. I didn't even read the Twilight Zone part, but when I put you're in a Twilight Zone. You check the chat. Anuki. 3 fingers. It makes me want to make me a new channel and call it 5 finger discount. No, I'm joking. 3 fingers. Trying to figure out 3 fingers. That's what I thought of 3 fingers when I seen your name. For some reason, my first thought was 5 finger discount. Yesterday. So let me get back to this remote viewing. During the course of researching this topic, chosen prior to the breakup of the Soviet Union, much of the information obtained applies to what today exists as the Commonwealth of Independent States. For clarity's sake, readers should know that in those cases where the events addressed occurred prior to August 1991, the terms Soviet Union and Soviet are used to indicate the nation which existed at the time. The field of parapsychology is large, encompassing numerous independent topics. Therefore, this thesis will focus on the study of telepathic clairvoyance, recently termed remote viewing by Stanford Research Institute scientists Harold Puthoff, and Russell Targ. Benjamin B. Woolman, author of Handbook of Parapsychology, defines remote viewing as an experience, either spontaneous or induced, in which one's center of consciousness seems to be a spatial location separate from that of one's physical body. Other commonly used synonyms include astral projection and out-of-body experience. In research conducted under the sponsorship of the former Soviet Union, the Russians, who studied this concept seriously, believe that when it is finally developed, remote viewing will allow an operator in one location to gather intelligence information from another area, up to several thousand kilometers away, without ever leaving the security of his initial location. This collection is not conducted with the aid of electronic equipment, but strictly by mental processes. What do y'all think about that? Research shows that the U.S. does not consider, they should have put periods here because I thought that said us. Research shows that U.S. does not consider remote viewing a viable threat. They don't. Of course they don't. More importantly, the U.S. has consistently overlooked remarkable experimental data which illustrates that remote viewing could also prove an invaluable complementary intelligence collection asset. Parapsychology is a controversial phenomenon both among the general public and in respected academic circles. The most striking hypothesis threaded throughout my research is that parapsychological data no matter how convincing, is frequently dismissed as superstitious, hocus pocus, and nonsense. This paper will illustrate that the intelligence community, schooled to think red, should focus on the potential value this phenomena has demonstrated on numerous occasions. The biggest obstacle in the path to further research, which has plagued this branch of inquiry since the 1920s, is the intelligence community's reluctance to accept remote viewing. It appears to threaten their conventional beliefs, and many people associated with this controversial issue are labeled charlatans or freaks. I personally encountered this skepticism during my research for this paper. Many of the people I approached with the hope of obtaining leads or information met me with raised eyebrows and disdainful smirks. The current umbrella of intelligence disciplines, signals intelligence, imaginary intelligence, newly introduced measurement and signature intelligence, and human intelligence are considered sufficient by the intelligence community to adequately meet our intelligence collection needs. However, what if a force multiplier could be added that could substantially enhance this overall collection umbrella? Available evidence is increasingly persuasive that such a multiplier may indeed exist in the form of remote viewing. In addition, if such a multiplier does exist, it stands to reason that steps towards preparing defensive countermeasures would merit the concern of the counterintelligence community. However, interest in demonstrating its potential has seriously subsided in the US since the mid-1970s. Huh. This stuff's probably hackable too. All this tech they have, they could hack into your Tesla car, your phone. They could send signals to your brain. Man. The importance and ramifications of remote viewing to the field of intelligence is used by an opposing force could be monumental. Consider the following scenario. On the modern battlefield, the opposition might have the ability to retrieve intricate battle plans from a U.S. Tactical Operations Center far enough in advance to plan a counterattack to squash an upcoming operation. The U.S. force would be placed at a serious disadvantage at best, and utterly defeated in the worst case. To take it a step further, let us suggest that the opposition could obtain this information in advance, undetected, regardless of stringent security. The final blow, there is apparently no serious effort underway by the U.S. government to counter this possibility. Well, that's their fault. You're at war. What do you want us to fucking feel sorry for you? Riddled with controversy. The two major subcategories of parapsychology are extrasensory perception, ESP, and psychokinesis, PK. The phenomenon of remote viewing falls within ESP and pertains to the acquisition and description by mental means of information blocked from ordinary perception by distance or shielding, and generally considered to be secure. According to Robert A. Monroe, author of the landmark book Journeys Out of the Body, which he based on several years of personal out-of-body experience, remote viewing includes events in which the experiencer, 1, seems to perceive some portion of some environment which could not possibly be perceived from where his physical body is known to be at the time, and 2, knows at the time that he is not dreaming or fantasizing because the person experiencing this event maintains normal consciousness. Ray Hyman. I'm gonna bust your hymen. Ray Hyman, professor in psychology at the University of Oregon. Is that like Oregon? Were they like the firm growers of oregano? Well, the University of Oregon and author of Psychological Inquiry defines remote viewing as an incident when the subject is able to describe a target site even though he has no sensory basis for doing so. This can be achieved by giving the subject the longitude and latitude of any place on the plane, or by sending a team of observers who act as a conduit for the remote viewer to a randomly selected site that is unknown to the subject. Early U.S. interest. S/NF. I don't know what that means. U.S. national security agencies have been interested in remote viewing since at least World War II, when Hitler reportedly relied. Hold on. U.S. national security agencies have been interested in remote viewing since at least World War II, when Hitler reportedly relied on astrologers and seers for intelligence information. Approximately 50 years later, the government still cannot disprove that psychic phenomena is something to be taken serious. The FY 1992 Defense Authorization Act tasked the Defense Intelligence Agency to initiate an aggressive study on anomalous phenomena. The FY Act The FY 1992 Act directs a continued robust effort to evaluate the activities of foreign governments, particularly the activities of the Soviet Union. So what's this? They show us a SG-1A is a black square. Thanks, guys. Man, what a picture that is, huh? Says a lot. According to William J. Broad, a New York Times reporter, U.S. concern over Russian interest in paranormal phenomena was nothing new. His article, "The Pentagon is said to focus on ESP for wartime," claimed that in 1977, President Carter ordered the Central Intelligence Agency to conduct a high-level review of psychic research behind the Iron Curtain in an attempt to assess a possible Soviet threat. However, Admiral Stansfield Turner, CIA director appointed by President Carter, was a self-confessed skeptic of parapsychology, and Carter's tasking was never taken seriously. Turner once remarked, 20 years from now, I may wonder how I could be so dumb as to question the evidence for psychic phenomena. But then again, I feel the same way I do now. Ronald McGray is his article, Psychic Warfare, which appeared in the October 1981 issue of The Investigator, claimed that the U.S. Navy, as early as 1952, was the first armed service to look into employing psychics in an attempt to enhance its efforts to locate Soviet submarines. Also, in 1952, the Department of Defense received information on the possible usefulness of ESP in psychological warfare. In 1961, because of mounting interest in paranormal phenomena, the CIA's Office of Technical Service commissioned the director of Parapsychological Laboratory at Oxford University in London to review the validity of ESP. The project condemned Ussr. Oh, my bad. Whoops, I said condemned. The project codenamed Ussr. So we got to look up Project Ussr. Let me write this down. Oops. Project Ussr. That's this. All right. So it was codenamed Ussr, claimed that ESP was demonstrated but not understood or controllable. The report was read with an interest that at the CIA would produce no further action. This inaction by the U.S. military reflected their reluctance to accept something of this magnitude, which so strongly ran counter to their innate conservatism. Nevertheless, in time, Congress and the military, namely military intelligence, demonstrated increased concern over the concept of remote viewing and psychic warfare during the early 1970s. This concern focused on the fear that the U.S. was losing the race of psychic supremacy to the Soviets. Moreover, it was also during this time that the U.S. news media and noteworthy scientific journals such as Nature, Science, and Proceeding of the IEE, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, started to seriously address psychic issues. In addition, conferences organized by reputable scientific bodies and attended by high-ranking military and government officials started to re-examine the laissez-faire attitude to the U.S. towards psychic phenomena. Let me write that down too, because I have no clue what that is. All right. It was also during the 1970s that Stanford Research Institute scientists Harold Puthoff and Russell Targ convinced some within the intelligence community through numerous controlled experiments that remote viewing should not be overlooked as a collection tool. In these experiments, a psychologist would sit with the psychic subject in the laboratory, while another scientist would stand at an unknown site, sometimes several kilometers away. The subject would attempt to describe the site, of which he had no prior knowledge. In many cases, the scientist said these descriptions of objects as large as clock towers and as small as pins were remarkably accurate, the evident result of some telepathic mental process not yet understood. However, since the 1970s, when support for remote viewing reached its apex, its more recent examination has been marked by a roller coaster of attitudes, from overwhelming ridicule to reluctant attempts at understanding it. Some have even tried to exercise the sketchy knowledge uncovered. Dr. Edgar M. Johnson, Technical Director and Chief Psychologist for the U.S. Army, claims that the overriding reason why research for parapsychology is at a standstill is that there is no theoretical basis put forward on why we would accept to find the existence of paranormal phenomena. This, he claims, is more damning fault than not having the data, according to Dr. Johnson. After 30 or 40 years of sustained support, this area, there still is not very convincing data. You can only pursue a dream so long. In many cases, phenomena have explanations based on known physical principles. So, one tendency is, if we see something unusual, we conclude that it must have an unusual explanation. The problem with parapsychology is that it has no explanation, unusual or otherwise. Whose name did they black out? Chief. Yeah. What tribe is he from? Chief of Special Projects for the Defense Intelligence Agency. I just think it's odd how they blacked the name out. Holds a bachelor's degree, who gives a shit, in aeronautical engineering and a master's degree in physics. Ooh. He has spent 15 years following the progression of worldwide parapsychological research. He has also been actively involved in what he refers to as hands-on experimentation in the U.S. In fact, he is the person most referred to by many of the people consulted for information on this topic as the intelligence community's premier source on paranormal phenomena. He counters Dr. Johnson's opinion on this issue. Because of my background, I look at things from a scientific perspective, fully realizing that not all science can be explained in advance by theory. Some science has got to be evolved and determined through the empirical, or the getting the hands dirty approach. Over my 15 years of study in this area, I have noted strong correlations to striking and well beyond chance, even when you're ruled in coincidences and other types of factors. This phenomena is not totally predictable, but then again, what is totally predictable in the human side of things, particularly when you are looking at psychological factors. Therefore, why should we accept an area like this to yield direct, easy answers when you first encounter it? It does not work that way, but it does not invalidate the basic phenomenon. Nevertheless, an overwhelming number of government and military officials still appear to fear humiliation for accepting the existence of psychic phenomena. However, an intelligent general public with nothing to lose appears to overwhelmingly believe. According to a poll conducted by the CBS News program 48 Hours, which aired on the 8th of February 1990, Dan Rather conceded, quote, Nearly 2/3 of Americans believe in ESP or mental telepathy, and 25% said they had personal experience so-called paranormal phenomena. This paper addresses this phenomena, which still defies explanation. However, due to the secretive nature of this topic and the promise to protect the sensitivity of current programs and the an anonym damn anonymity. Probably saying that totally wrong. Protect the sensitivity of the current programs and the anonymity of some sources consulted. Reporting the totality of current research is not possible. Therefore, the information in this paper includes only that which several U.S. government sources involved is this sensitive research deemed releasable during the summer and fall of 1992. Nevertheless, the data provided will contribute to better informed judgments about whether this branch of inquiry deserves a further look for possible application in an intelligence gathering capacity. Chapter 2 addresses the alleged Soviet advances in this field. Chapter 3 details the research conducted in the U.S. Chapter 4 focuses on the potential that remote viewing has as an intelligence collection tool and counterintelligence threat. In Chapter 5, posits conclusions based on previous 4 chapters. I guess these are just other stuff you can look up. Peaceful tools. The Soviet advantage. The Soviets are working on dramatically exotic new weapons, 25 years ahead of anything ever conceived in the US. So awesome as to lead the Soviets to believe that in the coming decade they would be capable of total neutralization of our ballistic and submarine missiles. So they say. How long have I been gone? 40 minutes. Historically, scientists from the former Soviet Union research paranormal phenomena from a more empirical standpoint than the US. They generally accepted that this phenomena was explainable through controlled experiments along the same lines as biology and physiology, sorry. In contrast, the US tried to prove that paranormal phenomena does not deserve the same serious inquiry as do the hard sciences. The results of these two conflicting philosophies has led to a well-organized, well-disciplined parapsychology program in the former Soviet Union as opposed to a splintered, unorganized program in the US. Additionally, the Soviets' regard for parapsychology as a science added legitimacy for their policymakers to sanction and fund paranormal research. In addition to these differences in philosophical approaches, there exist stark differences in the experimental techniques used by former Soviet and US researchers. In the US, the subject or remote viewer is in a completely normal conscious state. The Russians reportedly rely heavily on hypnotism, biofeedback, yoga, and drugs to induce trances and trance-like states. Russia, I'll be over there. No. Seriousness in the former Soviet Union about paranormal phenomena is evidenced by a 25 to 50-year advantage in research. Addressing this contrast in approaches regarding paranormal research, U.S. Army Medical Service Corps Captain Richard Groller stated in 1984, "The general premise in this country regarding parapsychological phenomena has been first prove to me that it exists, then I'll believe it. Counter to this has been the basic Soviet premise regarding parapsychology phenomena, which is, we believe that something exists that has no normal, rational explanation. Let us investigate it." Captain Groller's outlook still applies today in the U.S. Dr. Edgar M. Johnson, Technical Director and Chief Dipshit Psychologist at the U.S. Army Institute for Behavioral and Social Science, questioned about this perspective in October of 1992. And he answered, "Why would we expect it to exist? Where are the principles on which it should operate? Whether or not you can find it, what is the theoretical basis that leads us to believe it is there?" An example of what I mean in military context is the creation of the first atom bomb. We spent several $1 billion building it, but at the end of its construction, it worked. There was a theoretical basis for believing that. If we did things a certain way, the results were predictable. There is no theoretical basis for believing that remote viewing, ESP, and other parapsychological skills should exist. We do not know the theory that says it should be there. Moreover, we do not know of any body of data that supports its existence. When questioned on the issue of parapsychology lacking a theoretical basis for existence, Blake provided a counterpoint. This has not been too much of a concern from my point of view, although it's bothering. I have been caught up in a lot of the quantum physics issues and concepts in the parapsychological area, but there are topics from conventional physics that have no real good clear explanation even today, yet we accept them readily. One example is gravity. While it is certainly proven and highly reputable, time after time, everybody accepts the fact that there is something called gravity. But what is unknown about gravity, exactly how does it work? It don't exist. My bad. Dude compared an atomic bomb to remote viewing. What is the mechanism? Is there an action at a distance, and if so, how? No one, so far, has actually measured and detected a graviton, although this is the speculative particle for how such action at a distance should work. So, once you think about gravity in this light, given the fact that there are some elegant theories that have been developed to explain how it behaves, it still does not explain how gravity reaches out into the universe and causes these interactions. The graviton is as elusive today as it was when it was speculated decades ago. So, given the fact that we do not fully understand such readily accepted things as gravity, I do not have any particular difficulty psychologically in not being able to explain ESP. The fact that there is no theoretical model for this phenomena should not be a deterrent to striving to find what that theoretical base is, or even more practically trying to apply the phenomena. Thus, while the former Soviet Union has apparently been able to steadily continue its parapsychological research unburdened by philosophy, research in the US has been hindered by a lack of philosophical consensus. Almost a decade has gone since Captain Groller estimated the strategic threat posed by Soviet remote viewing research. In time, the Soviets may be able to learn the contents of top-secret documents, trace the movements of our troops and ships, and know the location and nature of our military installations. Additionally, the Soviets may be able to mold the thoughts of key U.S. military and civilian leaders from a distance, cause the instant death of any U.S. Army official at a distance, and disable U.S. military equipment of all types, including spacecraft. Now, as I'm reading this, I'm realizing how they're using it's for our safety now. They do that a lot with everything nowadays. I mean, even though this is old, today you see it's for our safety, right? The cops use that a lot. You know, you're recording them, and they're always talking about for our safety, our safety, our safety. Scared little wieners, but they're doing it here. You know, they're assuming, right? There's a threat. They're gonna read our minds and steal our documents, right? That's the package they're gonna sell to people. We're in danger from people reading our thoughts from Russia. The former Soviet seriousness was also indicated in a report prepared by the Congressional Research Service, an arm of the Library of Congress. This report states that Soviet spending on parapsychological related phenomena throughout the 1980s resulted in tens of millions of dollars spent annually. By contrast, total funding for parapsychological research in the U.S. did not exceed $500,000 annually, with most of the money coming from foundations and other private resources. Russian and later Soviet parapsychological research is traceable back to World War I, when the Institute of Brain Research in Petrograd was formed. The founder, V.M. Bekhterev promoted investigation into the phenomena by forming a commission for the study of mental suggestion. In 1924, as a result of positive findings at the Brain Research Institute, the Second All-Russian Congress of Psychoneurology recommended additional research into the study of the paranormal and formed the Society of Neurology, Reflexology, Hypnotism, and Biophysics. I think I'm going to end up doing a live stream on MK Ultra. In the 1930s, L.L. Vasilev, no, I don't know what that says, L.L. Vasilev, a protege of Bekhterev, was commissioned with the task of uncovering the mysticism associated with telepathy. The result of his findings, not published until early 1960, apparently revealed some eye-opening findings, because during the same year, Vasilev formed a new group to study telepathy within the Physiology and Biology department of Leningrad University. Nevertheless, while the subject was afforded more respect in the USSR than the US, it was not always the case throughout the 20th century. Up until the late 1950s, parapsychology was looked upon in the former USSR with skepticism and indifference because of no hard scientific data. Actually, what only amounted to little more than the stern ostracism by the orthodox U.S. scientific community toward Americans pursuing parapsychology was severe by comparison in the Soviet Union, because Marxist philosophy claimed that history was determined by material reality. Stalin, a staunch opponent of anomalous study, considered scientists who dabbled in it as heretics. Their penalty was either death by firing squad or a one-way ticket to Siberia. Oof. Therefore, research prior to the death of Stalin in 1953 was conducted underground. By government sanctions, who provided their own fundings and facilities. However, man, they use that a lot. However, in 1960, spurred by popular press reports of party chairman Brezhnev's affiliation with the psychic healer, as well by a French press report that the U.S. was conducting telepathic sub-to-shore experiments from the U.S. Navy submarine Nautilus, located at the North Pole. Ha! Interesting. Let me write that down. The Nautilus. See what we can find on that. Why is it at the North Pole? Is that a sub or a ship? Which one did I say? Sub to shore, okay. The Soviets reevaluated their own interest in mental telepathy. Although later revealed as untrue, this press report caused quite a stir in the Soviet Union and acted as a catalyst for its own paranormal research. Reportedly, this bogus Nautilus episode prompted the Soviets to conduct their own sub-to-shore experiment. Ronald M. McCrae recounts in his book Mind Wars the true story of government research into the military. Potential of psychic weapons. That the Soviets implanted electrodes deep inside the brain of a mother rabbit who had just given birth. While observing the behavior of the mother rabbit in a laboratory on the shore, the newly born babies were taken out to sea in a submarine. The Soviets noted that each synchronized time that the baby rabbit was intentionally butchered, a sharp reaction in the mother's rabbit's brain was recorded by the electrodes. The Soviets concluded the experiment a success because the signals from the electrodes revealed that communication had taken place between the mother rabbit and her displaced babies. This experiment was viewed as a response to party philosophy of not falling behind in an area of research, no matter how little understood. That's wild, man. Butchering baby rabbits. Peace, Chris. Hey, and Fools and Tools, what's up? Good to see everyone here. Soviet difficulties in remote viewing research surfaced in 1973 at a parapsychology conference in Prague, Czechoslovakia. Questions asked by Soviet scientists indicated that they were trying to learn as much as possible about Western work without revealing the extent of their own research. Their inquiry also reflected that they were encountering problems with emotional reactions on the part of their psychic subjects, and that they considered remote viewing to be the most promising area of parapsychology. Subsequently, two visiting Soviets in the U.S., a space systems engineer and a cosmonaut, sought out U.S. scientists with strong backgrounds in remote viewing research. Although these two Soviets tried to present themselves in a nonchalant, uninterested demeanor when asking specific questions about the status and progress of U.S. remote viewing research, their well-rehearsed agenda of questions indicated that they had been well briefed on items of interest to their homeland. Specifically, they were interested in following: methods of including trance-like states and weather machines, or the techniques of suggestion, hypnosis, special training, or repeated practice were used in training personnel to use abnormal abilities. The Central Intelligence Agency concluded from these attempts by the Soviets to collect information on remote viewing that the Soviets either had encountered research difficulties or were trying to gain expertise from U.S. researchers, or trying to acquire details about what they believed to be a large, covert research program. Nevertheless, the Soviets believed that U.S. researchers had experimental expertise that would significantly benefit the Soviet program. Possibly illustrative, a former Soviet resolve to cash in on using the power of the mind is the mysterious bombardment of microwaves on the U.S. Embassy in Moscow in 1975 and 76. One probable reason for this bombardment appears to be that the microwaves were used to make detection of Soviet listening devices extremely difficult, or that they were being used as an electronic countermeasure to jam U.S. electronic eavesdropping equipment in the embassy. Another, much less conventional hypothesis offered by Martin Eben in his book Psychic Warfare, Threat or Illusion, is that the Soviets were using this radiation to affect mind changes in embassy personnel by tuning microwaves to the level of brainwaves and recording feedback activity in the form of emotions, images, and thoughts. Eben claims that the potential of microwave brain manipulation stretches the farthest reaches of our imagination, and that the possibility of President Carter being subjected to some form of esoteric mind manipulation during the Vienna Salt II talks cannot be ruled out. It was noticed by the majority of the White House staff that when President Carter returned to Washington after Vienna, he appeared mired by indecision and demonstrated erratic personality and behavior swings. This change in the president's character prompted the resignation of 34 of his cabinet and staff members. According to Ted Stevens, an Alaskan Republican, some of us are seriously worried that he might be approaching some sort of mental problem. Eben's claim is not without merit because, ironically, Vasilov's work, published in 1960 entitled Experiments in Distant Influence, asserted that very low-level radiation could affect living organisms by causing dizziness, emotional instability, and hallucinations. He also hypothesized that thoughts could be grafted into microwaves in the same way television signals carry pictures and sound. Ha! That's wild. I talked about that last week, I think. So it can be done. That's interesting. Opening the possibility of long-distance hypnosis or mind control. Mind over matter. In addition to former Soviets' interest in study and remote viewing, they have also shown considerable enthusiasm in the examination of telekinesis, the ability to move small objects by using the power of the mind. One frequently reported mind over matter event involved a Miss Nina Kolagina from Leningrad. On the 10th of March 1970, she demonstrated her mental ability to stop a frog's heartbeat in 40 seconds. Damn. Shoot. You wouldn't want to get in bed with her. A cardiogram linked to the frog's heart, which was separated from its body and placed on a container of saline solution, revealed a sudden burst of electric shock. Although the separated heart would have ultimately stopped beating after approximately 2 hours, there was a pronounced correlation between Kolagina's concentration to cease the heart's activity and the electronic cardiogram's record of the abruptness and abnormal circumstances under which it stopped. Miss Kulagina, never accused of any kind of trickery, conducted most of her demonstrations in the company of respected medical professionals, including numerous Western observers. She also demonstrated the mental ability to move small objects while keeping her hands a substantial distance away, the ability to move a magnetic compass needle in a 360-degree motion, and the power to induce painful skin burns on the arms of people she simply touched. Although the political and economic unrest, which continues into the autumn of 1992 in Russia and throughout the Commonwealth of Independent States, will most likely cause significant setbacks to their investigative research. It seems apparent their continued study and possible breakthrough in this field could add significant dimensions to the modern-day battlefield. Such paranormal abilities would pose significant problems if used in a military capacity. In the U.S., the phrase if looks could kill is commonly used but dismissed as an impossibility. Suppose, as demonstrated in Russia by the stopping of the frog's heartbeat, thoughts could kill. Potentially, military applications would revolutionize warfare to an extent scarcely imaginable. Who the hell was that came up? Crystal Witten, faceplant. Seriously, Ray. Somebody came up, dipped. Um, what's this? Hubris? Hubris. The U.S. government perspective. Robot man. Huh. Skepticism and a lack of faith epitomizes the less serious approach in the U.S. toward remote viewing. Unfortunately, it seems that irrefutable proof is the criteria for acceptance. Many who are, let me see how long I've been doing this. Now, many who are skeptical about parapsychology claim its data so inconclusive that it stifles their belief, while supporters of this phenomena argue that their belief is justified by positive experimental data. Most of those reluctant to accept remote viewing as a valid study claim that convincing proof does not exist. Faith in the fact of this phenomena is an important ingredient for acceptance. Thus, the promotion of paranormal research can, for the scientist, be considered similar to that of a clergy member promoting religion. Oof. B.M. Blaker pointed out in 1972 in his book Parapsychology, Science or Superstition. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . In parapsychological convictions, it is chiefly faith which operates. People believe blindly in the myths they have chosen. The similarity to religious beliefs is striking. Those who have spoken with believers on subjects of religion know full well how difficult it is to approach them with deductions of logic or arguments of a scientific sort. Fanaticism and a unique intellectual blindness are common traits of religious and parapsychological beliefs. What do people think of that? Dr. J.B. Rhine of Duke University in North Carolina, who started exploring paranormal phenomena in the early 1920s, agreed. He wrote in 1974, a wide variety of practices in which capacities are paraphysical nature were assumed have prevailed throughout the history of mankind and all its cultures. We may note first the more formal religions. In these, the assumptions of paraphysical powers and agencies are an essential part of the doctrine. Christians do not deem irrefutable proof as a condition for accepting that Jesus Christ walked on water or created wine from water. Yeah, he was a bootlegger. Yet, these believers are not considered crazy for their convictions. In fact, the Catholic Church recognizes controversial subject matters like exorcism and does not shun claims that near-death experiences occur. With this in mind, one might reasonably ask if remote viewing or out-of-body experience should be such a far-fetched concept. Another blanked-out name, a member of the Foreign Counterintelligence Faculty at the Defense Intelligence College in Washington, D.C., with over 23 years of counterintelligence investigative experience, believes that remote viewing should not be considered foolish. Over the years, I have met people who have had near-death experiences or accomplished out-of-body experiences while in meditation. Some of these people, highly religious, believe that every human being is capable of affecting out-of-body experiences. While undergoing these experiences, these people claim that they were able to mentally travel from the location of their physical self to another location where they could observe activity remote from their physical self. Also, I read Robert Monroe's book, Journey Out of the Body, and believe very much in what Monroe claims, that most, if not all, humans have this capability. Willingness to accept the fact of psychic phenomena, including remote viewing, provides evidence that attention continues to be paid to research and scholarship in this field. In the 1980s, for example, one may read two authorities who provided substantial basis for the view of Schweitzer and others who continue to have scholarly interest in this field. Thomas E. Barrett, a retired U.S. Army lieutenant colonel, who has written extensively on the parapsychology program in the former Soviet Union, observed in 1981. The West has been solidly imprisoned in its own orthodox view of psychics, and hence has been unable to surmount the stone walls of its self-imposed mental barriers. In fact, it is not even tried. The orthodox establishment continues to vigorously attack the experiments as unscientific, and the experimenters who struggle with paranormal research and charlatans. In 1985, Dr. Russell Targ, a laser physicist at Stanford Research Institute who has conducted numerous experiments on remote viewing, echoed the sentiments of Bearden. The reasons more people have not actively explored their psychic capabilities are clear. Everywhere we look, we find images of psychic functioning that are confusing, intimidating, misleading, and terrifying. Meanwhile, critics of parapsychology about this phenomena condemn the scientific work in this field out of fear of its psychological implication. Eye test. It is ironic that the U.S. is apparently at a disadvantage regarding research on remote viewing, because despite the lack of support for this research, the CIA conducted controlled tests as early as 1973 on this phenomena with astonishing results. These tests were conducted at a Stanford Research Institute at Menlo Park, California, by the two most noteworthy mavericks and pioneers of remote viewing, Harold Puthoff and Russell Targ, both of whom have impeccable credentials as scientists. Targ has important copyright patterns to his credit in the laser field. Puthoff, or Bukoff, a Stanford PhD, in addition to also having laser copyright patents, has co-authored a textbook in quantum physics. Neither is a novice in physical research. The general procedure for these tests was to closet the remote viewer with an interviewer from the institute in a windowless room within the laboratory of the SRI complex. At a prearranged time, an SRI researcher who acted as a conduit for the remote viewer retrieved one of 60 target cards from a locked safe and departed for a location dictated on this target card. The target cards, numbered from 1 to 60, were selected by the conduit by using a random number function on a Texas Instrument hand calculator. Therefore, the target selected from the safe was neither known by the remote viewer nor the interviewer. Thus, the interviewer could not aid or elicit a positive target response from the remote viewer. The target sites were all within a 30-minute driving time from SRI. When a predetermined viewing time arrived, the remote viewer was asked to draw and describe what he envisioned at the target site. Verbal descriptions of the target site were also recorded on a tape recorder. The person at the target site simply paid attention to the environment of the site for 15 minutes, then returned to the lab. After all of the raw data was compiled, the target person, the remote viewer, and the interviewer returned to the target site to discuss the test. This was done to afford the remote viewer an opportunity to evaluate his own abilities. So at least we know it's a guy. After 6 of these experiments were completed and their data compiled, data packages to include the remote viewer sketches, transcripts, and target card were forwarded to SRI researchers or judges who were tasked to revisit the target site and assign a package to the site. To assign a quantitative value to these tests, the SRI judge assessed the viewer's transcript again against the target. From the transcript, a list of 6 concepts were developed and numerically rated on a scale of 0 to 10. A concept was usually descriptive in nature and represented by a one-word adjective, red, tall, bright, or phrase. A 0 constituted no correlation between the transcript and the target site, and 10 represented exact correlation. The judge then computed the arithmetic average of the 6 concepts and arrived at a success rating for each individual experiment, as described by Puthoff. The quality of the results was such that the judges, who had to determine in a blind fashion which viewer-generated data packages were associated with which target sites, were able to match transcripts to targets in first place in roughly half the cases, an exceptionally significant result. In 1978, Puthoff and Targ conducted a similar series of experiments designed to determine the resolution capability of remote viewing. In these experiments, the remote viewer was again closeted with an interviewer, while the target person proceeded to randomly select locations approximately 1/8 of a mile from the SRI complex. In these experiments, however, the remote viewer was not to report on the location of the target person, but on the item concealed in a 35mm film canister carried by the target person. To prepare for this series of experiments, an experimenter previously unassociated with remote viewing experiments was asked to select 10 small items and deposit each in separate 35mm light-tight canisters. This experimenter then sealed the canisters. The canister and its contents were neither known by the interviewer nor the target person. The canisters were then and secured them in a locked safe. In these tests, like in those discussed above, the location to where the target person carried the canister was determined by a random number function on a calculator. The target person remained at this site for 10 minutes, then returned to the laboratory where the remote viewer, the interviewer, and the target person learned the contents of the canister for the first time. The transcripts of 10 experiments were then turned over to an independent judge who evaluated and compared descriptions given by the remote viewers to the actual contents in the canisters. Examples of the quality of the descriptions, as well as the sketches prepared by the remote viewer, are shown in Figure 1. In addition to local remote viewing experiments conducted within the San Francisco area, Puthoff and Targ also conducted long-distance experiments with equally significant results. In these tests conducted in 1973, 2 renowned American psychics projected their minds over long distances and accurately described secret military installations as well as classified materials within these installations. One of the psychics described in minute detail a remotely located Soviet installation in the Ural Mountains. Reportedly, this description was verified by CIA agents in the Soviet Union. The 2 psychics then focused on China and once again, CIA contacts in China reportedly confirmed their accuracy. When he saw the results of these tests, a security officer at the test facility exclaimed, "Hell, there's no security left." Damn, I was gonna keep going, but what the hell's the next chapter? Um, shit. Peace, Kimba. I'll just read a couple more pages. Although the nature of these test results seemed apparent in their complementary value to human intelligence, Dr. Kenneth A. Kress sums up the agency's reluctance to accept this remarkable data as face value. The agency took the initiative by sponsoring serious parapsychological research, but circumstances, biases, and fear of ridicule prevented CIA from completing a scientific investigation of parapsychology and its relevance to national security. Although there tend to be two types of reactions to parapsychology, positive or negative, with little in between. Add a history replete with proven frauds, and many people instantly reject the subject, saying, in effect, "I would not believe this stuff even if it were true." In addition, the West's hostile attitude on parapsychological research is further apparent in Dr. Richard S. Broughton's book, Parapsychology, The Controversial Science. According to Broughton, in December of the U.S. Army Research Institute for Behavioral and Social Science contracted with the National Research Council to review human performance technologies on paranormal ability. Normally, ARI would have hired an outside agency to supervise the NRC contracts in order to retain an impartial evaluation of the tests. However, on this occasion, ARI hired a civilian Army psychologist and former deputy director of human resources at the Pentagon's Advanced Research and Projects Agency to perform this task. According to Broughton, the irony in hiring this psychologist was that he already had a record of being firmly opposed to some of the technologies under study. More importantly, the subcommittee formed by the NRC consisted of one with parapsychology experience, Dr. Edgar M. Johnson, technical director and chief psychologist at ARI, who directed this 1987 study, defends the hiring of the NRC. The overriding question in the study was What data is there to explain any of these parapsychological claims? That was the biggest reason that we handed it off to the National Research Council through a contract. We believe that any in-house laboratory would not be credible if they said that these technologies did not work. The National Research Council, on the other hand, while their conclusions sometimes get watered down, represent the most impeccable source of scientific judgment that you can provide to the country. However, according to the Parapsychological Association, the NRC's report failed to deliver an objective and unbiased assessment of the test. The PA concluded, with respect to the committee's central mission for the U.S. Army, we have shown that the committee's prejudice against parapsychology has led it to ignore research, the further development of which could have important implications for our national security. Ironically enough, even though the PA's review of the NRC's report uncovered erroneous and incomplete data, a significant breakthrough had occurred. The military was looking at parapsychology as a technology for possible application. Surprisingly, the NRC report concluded with a recommendation that the Army monitor the Soviet Union's research in parapsychology. Prior to this mention, there was no evidence of the committee's familiarity with parapsychology research in the Soviet Union. Dr. Johnson reflects on the Council's findings and comments. What the Council found was that there was no theoretical basis for believing that this phenomena existed. However, we do not want to say, and this leads up to the least common denominator, that it's impossible, so we periodically look to see what has turned up. Although we have not done any research in this area since the report, I am quite certain that some research still continues. I think that the reason that this phenomena attracted so much interest back when it did was that everybody was looking for an edge. So, if we could have found something, it would have been a fantastic edge. The fear that the Soviet Union might beat the US at something, which in the past has probably caused more military money to be spent on parapsychology than any other factor, was dying hard, even in the area of Glasdenists. The media noted congressional and military interest during the early 1980s was outwardly seen to be a short-lived spurt of support was developing into a steadily increasing flow. According to a press report in 1981, a study prepared for the House Science and Technology Committee said that the esoteric world of parapsychology involving such heavily disputed phenomena as remote viewing merited serious assessment by Congress. Additionally, remote viewing was apparently used by the U.S. military in 1981 to aid in the manhunt for General James L. Dozier, who was abducted from his apartment in Verona by Italian terrorists. Although remote viewing proved unsuccessful and is frustrated U.S. intelligence agencies who had to work alongside the psychics. It further exemplified the U.S. military's willingness to employ this concept. On the 5th of November 1982, General Maxwell R. Thurman, then Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel, wrote in a memorandum to the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Army can areas of emerging non-traditional psychology offer the American soldier an advantage over his adversary? Does remote viewing hold potential value to the Army? Eventually, even skeptics, like the Washington Post's Jack Anderson, who in 1981 referred to the Pentagon study of the paranormal as futuristic fantasies, hogwash, and voodoo warfare, was singing a different tune. In 1984, he wrote, "But there are legitimate laboratory projects that may eventually unlock the mysteries of the human mind. One of the most promising is the testing of remote viewing, the claimed ability of some psychics to describe scenes thousands of miles away. Regardless, an abundance of skeptics, termed by Ray Hyman as the loyal opposition, battled against this controversial subject matter, and the media tainted parapsychology with sarcastic comments, although a certain few, mainly those associated with the phenomena, studied this activity seriously. A vast majority of others were skeptical and reluctant to accept that parapsychology merited valid concern. Nevertheless, the number of government and military professionals, as well as professionals in respected academic circles, who were willing to look further, increased because the mounting impressive evidence of successfully conducting parapsychological experiments was sufficiently compelling to keep them curious. Remote viewing was surviving the test of time and the wear and tear of hostile critics. Attacking the mind is superior while attacking fortifications is inferior. Mind war is superior while combat is inferior. Kung Ming, collected writings of Zhuge Liang. So, what do people think, man? You want me to keep going with this last chapter? Or do you want me to just shut the fuck up? Okay, great answer. Political and military applications. The concept of remote viewing is ever accepted as a valid phenomenon would provide a remarkable military surveillance technique, possibly enable a combatant to ensure victory. I'll finish this tomorrow. I'll do the last chapter in the beginning real quick. Oh, you want me to keep going? All right, Crystal, you said it first. I gotta pull it back up. Hold on. Might as well finish it, right? It is kind of interesting. Not kind of, it is, but I just don't like it seems they repeat themselves here and there. Uh, just give me 1 second. I gotta grab something to drink. Just 1 second. All right. So after I finish this chapter, I'm gonna open up the panel. I appreciate everybody listening. Salute to the chat. Political and military applications. The concept of remote viewing is ever accepted as a valid phenomenon, would provide a remarkable military surveillance technique, possibly enable a combatant to ensure victory, and save thousands of its sides' lives. In Brad Steiger's book Astral Projection, Loring B. Williams, a 30-year veteran of research in paranormal phenomena, discusses optimistic strategic uses for remote viewing, as he recalls the U.S. embarrassment after Gary Powers' U-2 surveillance mission was shot down over the Soviet Union. Williams writes, on this possible advantageous role remote viewing could play in complementing espionage. If mind travel is accepted scientifically, we could place some well-trained subjects anywhere in the world who could survey the military might of any threat without the risk of detection or danger. These mid-travelers could tune in on high council meetings, could mentally search through political archives, and slip inside the minds of the political bodies of any nation's political and military leaders. No longer would it be necessary for our agents to endanger their lives by spying around the world. That takes the fun out of it. Steiger's book also illustrates beneficial tactical applications of remote viewing through out-of-body experience. Reportedly, a young German soldier in World War I had the ability to project himself out of his body to spy on the divisional headquarters of a nearby French unit. When the soldiers reported to his intelligence officer that the French were planning to attack German positions the following evening at 2300 hours, the officer scoffed at him until a number of the younger soldiers' comrades convinced the officer to let the soldier prove his ability. The officer challenged the soldier to project himself upon their own headquarters, several kilometers away, and report to him activity that was taking place there. The young soldier agreed and lapsed into a trance-like state. When he stirred a few minutes later, he reported that an Austrian general had just arrived at division headquarters with orders. After copying down the general's orders as relayed by the young soldier, the intelligence officer phoned division headquarters to confirm the soldier's report. Headquarters showed immediate concern that there was a leak in security, because there was no conceivable way that the intelligence officer, so far away from division headquarters, could possibly know the orders that headquarters had just moments before received from the general. Dude gave up his whole. The intelligence officer explained his source and reported the young soldier's claim that the French were planning an offensive scheduled for 2300 hours the following night. The newly convinced intelligence officer requested reinforcements. The officers at division headquarters dismissed this convincing demonstration as nonsense, and as a result, the young soldier's unit was overrun and captured by the French the next night at 2300 hours, which is 11 o'clock, right? The proposition that remote viewing is a phenomenon that warrants further research as a collection tool is also voiced by Martin Eben in his book Psychic Warfare, Threat or Illusion. I want to read that book. He compares his thoughts with Lieutenant Colonel John B. Alexander, a respected authority on this subject. Alexander's article looked at the possibility of remote viewing as an employable weapon on the future battlefield. He noted that the Soviets are well in advance in weapons that operate on the power of the mind. He also noted that the lethal capacity of these weapons has already been demonstrated. He pointed to the intelligence gathering capability of remote viewing and claimed that the strategic and tactical applications of this technique are unlimited, according to Alexander. When finally developed, this capability could ultimately allow an operator to enter an enemy headquarters at will to observe plans and dispositions. On the battlefield, one could reconnoiter, whatever that means. Reconnoiter? I thought it said reconsider, but reconnoiter an area from the physical safety of his own location. Dr. Kress, in his 1977 article, Parapsychology and Intelligence, outlines the CIA's interest in remote viewing as an intelligence gathering tool. According to his report, personnel from the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence and Office of Research and Development met with Russell Targ and Harold Putoff in April of 1972. From April of 72 to February of 73, the CIA was so impressed with the results of Stanford Research Institute experiments on remote viewing that the CIA's Office of Technical Services encourage the development of more complete research. Plan. It was during this time period that Kress, the CIA's project officer, was introduced to ex-commissioner and vice mayor of Burbank, California, Pat Price. Price, to date, is noted as Stanford's Research Institute's most successful remote viewer. Pat Price. We gotta look into Mr. Price. And I don't mean Sean Price. Alright. One notable experiment involving Price, as recounted by Ronald M. McRae in his book Mind Wars, The True Story of Government Research into the Military Potential of Psychic Weapons, produced some noteworthy results. In this experiment, the CIA passed the geographic coordinates of a series of targets in an area of Virginia approximately 135 miles southwest of Washington, D.C. to Price. The results of this experiment were not scoffed at by the CIA. Beginning with a description of the area from an altitude of 1,500 feet and ending with a tour through building interiors. The results were complete with descriptions of equipment, names from desks, and just to show that Price was serious, a list of a dozen labeling on file folders locked in the file cabinet. 3 weeks later, the CIA informed Putoff that Price was right, exactly right. The first actual intelligence collection operation conducted by the CIA and Price using remote viewing took place in early 1974. The target was an unidentified Soviet research and development facility. Dr. Kress, after reviewing satellite reconnaissance photos, decided to have Price focus on a tall crane and 4 structures resembling oil well derricks at a location. Price was furnished with the geographic coordinates on these targets, a world atlas map marked with the approximate location of the facility, and was told that it was Soviet Research and Development Facility. The next day, Price furnished Kress with a drawing of what Price described as a damaged big crane. Regardless, Kress remained skeptical because Price never mentioned the derricks. When asked why he did not see the derricks, Price replied that they were not there anymore. Kress, because he had not verified his data during the past 3 months, rechecked the latest reconnaissance photos. To his surprise, the new photos revealed that 2 of the derricks were partially disassembled. Kress maintained that all 4 were visible. Therefore, he concluded, in general, most of Price's data were wrong or could not be evaluated. He did, nevertheless, produce some amazing descriptions like buildings then under construction, spherical tank sections, and the crane. But again, since there was bad information mixed in the good, the overall result was not considered useful. The ORD officers concluded that since there were no control experiments to compare with, the data were nothing but lucky guessing. Some good lucky guessing, eh? The hell is this? Freaking ink blot? They love that word. Nevertheless, Kress, who must not have been wholeheartedly convinced that this bad data spoiled the whole test, sought the opinion of a disinterested consultant. The man chosen, a theoretical physicist with a reputable intellectual background, was tasked to first review the field of parapsychology and then evaluated the CIA's data. He determined that a large body of reliable experimental evidence points to the inescapable conclusion that extrasensory perception does exist as a real phenomenon. What? Oh, L-bite, I think that says. L-bite, characterized by rarity and lack of reliability, according to Kress, even though there was still skepticism, this simple opinion offered by a competent scientist was enough to keep the CIA's parapsychological research alive. Price's next test was to remotely view the code rooms within the 2 foreign embassies. His results were to be verified by U.S. audio teams, who had years before gained access into the chosen facilities. He was given photographs of the embassy's exteriors and their geographical coordinates. The results of these tests revealed in both cases, Price correctly located the code rooms. He produced copious data, such as the location of interior doors and colors of marble stairs and fireplaces that were accurate and specific. As usual, much was also vague and incorrect. Regardless, the operations officer involved included, "It's my considered opinion that this technique, whatever it is, offers definite operational possibilities." This operation, considered a success by the CIA, further justified the continuation of CIA's interest in remote viewing. In fact, it was after these sets of tests that the CIA, in order to protect Price's identity and abilities, stopped testing through Stanford Research Institute and signed Price to a personal service contract. The last test involving Price before his untimely death involved viewing a request for intelligence on a Libyan training facility. A report describing a guerrilla training site was quickly returned by Price. It contained a map-like drawing of the complex. Price described the related underwater sabotage training facility site several hundred kilometers away from the seacoast. This information was passed to the Libyan desk. Some data were evaluated immediately, some were evaluated only after ordering special reconnaissance coverage. New information produced by Price was verified by reconnaissance. The underwater sabotage training facility description was similar to a collateral agent's report. Evidently, the CIA could not determine if Price's seemingly fruitful demonstrations merited further exploration, because since his death in 1975, there had been no further CIA-sponsored test on remote viewing as a collection tool. The Associated Press claimed that the CIA scaled down its involvement in paranormal research because it was under intense scrutiny on Capitol Hill during the mid-70s, resulting from the agency's alleged involvement with the Watergate scandal. The agency's apparent view was that continued involvement in something as controversial as parapsychology experiments would further denigrate its professional standing among community clients as well as among congressional oversight committees. The agency's subsequent lack of seriousness on remote viewing is reflected in CIA Director Admiral Stansfield Turner's attitude. While attending a breakfast for journalists in 1977, Turner responded to a question asked about the validity the validity. Hey, is that validity? Turner responded to a question asked about the validity of remote viewing by commenting that the CIA had an individual who, from time to time, was able to draw very elementary sketches of street scenes in foreign countries where he had never been. Sometimes these sketches had a reasonable relationship to reality. However, the subject died in 1975 and we haven't heard from him since. Duh, he's fucking dead. And we haven't heard from him since. The fuck? Meanwhile, the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Defense Advanced Research Project, DARPA, picked up the slack. Neither agency was shy to admit that they would continue modest testing and remote viewing with the hope of perfecting this phenomena to the point of application. According to Ronald McCrae, author of the book Mind Wars, The True Story of Government Research into the Military Potential of Psychic Weapons, who headed the Defense Intelligence Agency, well, there were some guys named there, but office responsible for tracking leads on MIAs, missing in actions, who may still be alive, employed psychics to assist in his operation. In 1982, Blank claimed some of these psychics' leads have checked out. They have been able to visualize aircraft crashes, and we have found the wreckage where they indicated subsequently. DARPA's director, Dr. George Lawrence, was ordered by his superiors to find something to satisfy congressional demands to match purported Soviet efforts in the field. A 1983 New York Times article echoed the claim by the Associated Press that DARPA exhibited interest in remote viewing. Of course they did. The article recounts an experiment conducted by Russell Targ in 1976. In the instant, Targ acted as a conduit in New York City, while a remote viewer at Stanford Research Institute in California typed his impression of Targ's location. The site chosen only minutes prior to the actual test time was the Central Water Foundation in Washington Square Park. On a terminal linked into DARPA's computer network, the viewer typed, "The first image I got was of a cement depression, as if a dry fountain with a cement post in the middle or inside. There seemed to be pigeons off to the right flying around the surface of the depression." This report was confirmed by Targ, who relayed that the fountain was dry, had a cement post in the middle from which to spray water, and was surrounded by pigeons. In addition to this test, SRI conducted numerous other tests throughout the later 1970s with equally persuasive results. According to Charles Wallach, who has published several authoritative articles in the field of remote viewing, the most encouraging consideration of remote viewing is the fact that such a large percentage of the population is found to be capable of conducting it, whether or not they are aware of this capability or have any experience or interest in psychic phenomena. Moreover, he discusses the cost effectiveness of remote viewing and intelligence collection as compared to the significant amount of money allocated to establish sciences towards the detection of underground tunnels and the mapping of minefields. In his 1985 article in the Defense Intelligence Journal, Wallach proposes what the heck is this? Like, oh, that's the fountain with the pigeons? Subject drawing of the merry-go-round target. Typewriter. We read about all these cases. I guess the pictures are way late. The creation of an effectively structured psychic service corps be implemented in the United States with its own dedicated recruiting arm and training command that should remain independent branches of the PSC for at least a general before being integrated with parallel armed force functions. This special treatment is necessary because of the unusual and unconventional roles that will be played by the PSC personnel in strategic defense, tactical maneuvers, battlefield operations, and espionage and counter-espionage. Whatever that, some name, I guess. In the thesis, they prepared for the Defense Intelligence School in 1979, summarized probable users for remote viewing and military intelligence. He claimed that remote viewing has been proven sufficiently effective through experiment and could be used in the following applications: surveying of remote geographical locations, facilities, and installations to identify unknown or suspected activities or functions, locating and or surveying individuals, locating sensitive areas with facilities such as code rooms and embassies, reading written material sealed within envelopes or otherwise secured, or at least obtaining an impression of the general content of the material. Intercepting remote conversations, detecting remote viewing activities directed against U.S. targets by hostile powers, counterintelligence. Echoed the sentiments of Charles Wallach in that he too concluded that research into remote viewing does not require inordinate amounts of money or personnel. The simple experiments outlined earlier in this chapter illustrate this shared claim. Attributes for support for parapsychology, exemplified by Ronald McRae, previously cited authority of a study of U.S. governmental research on psychic phenomena, clearly shows that there are no fence-sitters on this issue. He depicted the spectrum of differing opinions in Congress by describing Thomas McNamara, a former influential aide to Tennessee Congressman Robin Beard. What a name. Imagine being named Robin and your last name's Beard. Who claimed that this kind of research makes the whole defense establishment look ridiculous. On the other hand, Dick Giza, a member of the House Intelligence Committee staff, countered, considering some of the half-assed things this government has funded in the past, like studies of ethnicity in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, this is not a bad area to throw money into, G. Gordon Liddy, who used to study the exploitation of unconventional intelligence methods and devices, supported McNamara's sentiments and claimed that research in this area only threatened the taxpayers. I think that stuff ought to be left to Stephen King, he quipped in 1981. Representative Charles Rose, a member of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, probably the most versed in remote viewing, called the concept really something. Rose attended classified CIA-arranged briefings on remote viewing and witnessed some incredible demonstrations. However, he thinks skeptics in the Pentagon and CIA hindered research, and he questioned their motives. Some of the intelligence people I've talked to know that remote viewing works. They block further research on it, however, because they claim that it's not yet accurate as satellite photography. But it seems to me that it would be a hell of a cheap radar system. And if the Russians have it and we don't, we are in serious trouble. This country wasn't afraid to look into the strange physics behind lasers and semiconductors, and I don't think that we should be afraid to look into this. It is becoming increasingly apparent as we trace attitudes in both executive and legislative branches of government in this paper that the biggest obstacle in the path to further exploration of remote viewing is the large number of professionals who appear to focus only on the inconsistencies inherent in this type of phenomenon instead of crediting its many successes. If remote viewing was employed in an interdisciplinary role in support of human intelligence, the possibility of increasing the reliability rate of these agents' reports, which are always in question, could be greatly enhanced. Yeah, the last chapter is just a conclusion to everything we read, or everything I read. $2 of reading. To tell you the truth, I didn't even expect that. My throat is sore from reading. That didn't sound right. My throat is sore. Yolanda says, does anyone know if these remote viewers were on psychedelics? Probably, man. Probably. Probably. We don't have to stay on the subject, you know. I just want to know people's, what they think about this. And I'm going to look up a few things here. Switching over to my other device. All right. So, what did y'all think of that? Truthfully, I don't know, man. I knew the military always wants to use shit as weapons. Everyone should know that. And they're always talking about for our safety, man. I thought that was something new, but I guess it's not. Yeah, well, I had invited a few people to come through. Well, not a few, actually 2 people, because there was somebody that gave me, well, Max Vision, I think, was the one I don't know if this was the exact one, but he sent me one. I don't think that was the one, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah, Phil's remote viewing right now from the cell. So it was also speaking on pictures and all this stuff is being sent like a radio signal or a TV signal, which I spoke about a while ago. Um, it's just wild. Like when I look back at my younger days and how I used to think this stuff. I used to think I was crazy. Like, why do I would think how our mind picks up thoughts and stuff. And I used to think, you know, that I used to think, does our mind operate like a radio tower and them sending you know, signals in the air? And that's why I always say your higher self knows, because I think sometimes, why the hell was I thinking that stuff, and where do these thoughts pop into my mind from? It's very interesting stuff. The mind is so fucking powerful. It's unbelievable, dude. What's up, Faceplant?
Hey, I'm just playing with some dirt.
Playing in the dirt or with some dirt?
Yeah,
Found these weird paintings yesterday. And in some of these paintings, there's giants. Or am I bugging? Let me find the one I want to show. I think
not
it's this
bugging.
one.
Yeah,
All right.
Chuck, about that. I was listening to that whole thing, and I just have a whole lot of thoughts about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
The floor
when
is yours.
when they were doing that in the 70s with that Price guy, is that his name, Price?
Yeah. Pat Price. Pat Price, that was his name.
Yeah, the Russians would have been doing the same thing, and they would have been communicating back and forth in their experiments and their research, right? Yeah, they're doing it on a military basis, and they're in all these proxy wars that they fighting all over the world, right? Like their little tournaments they got going on. So United States and Russians were communicating their research and sharing their research back and forth. So once that, so yeah, they were using that guy. He had lots of talent in there, and they used him. Uh, and the shit's real. And once he probably he was probably a good guy, and he didn't like what he was having to do, and they used him to for their research. And once he didn't want to go along with it, or once they're finished with him, then they took him out.
Yeah.
And
It said his abrupt death, right?
funny thing
Like,
about
that's
that
wild.
it was in Libya. Like they're doing underwater shit in Libya, and that's what the point of. They said they bombed Gaddafi's oil wells, but they actually took out his drilling for primary water. so they can also remote view what's going on with the Earth, right? They can view how the whole thing works, and how where the water comes from, the primary water that's being generated in
Yeah,
the
I
Earth.
think this stuff is very strong and possible because when they try to steer you, this whole the whole thing time me reading, man, they're trying to steer people away from like making it seem like it's bullshit, and that's when usually it's not. They're steering you one way, you
And
should go the other way.
what you read, and what book is that? Who is it written, and who wrote it, and when?
What I was reading?
Yeah,
Hold on, I'll look it up. I got it in
is
my
it like
folder.
an independent, supposed independent author, or a government guy, or a former worker in that shit, or what?
It says, I'm looking now at the cover. Damn, 8 people left out of here. At least they were mostly here when I was reading. Damn, there's no cover.
Yeah. So what I was getting
Oh,
from
hold
it
on.
was,
Yeah, there is.
the book was laying out a narrative.
All right,
Right?
it says remote viewing, parapsychological potential for intelligence collection by Michael E. Zarbo, captain of the United States Army. Thesis submitted to the faculty of the Defense Intelligence College in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Master of Science of Strategic Intelligence.
And when was it written?
1992 of November. But it couldn't have been. Yeah.
Okay,
It says,
so
November of 92. The views expressed in this paper are those of the author and do not reflect the official policy or position of the Department of Defense for the U.S. government.
it's basically just laying out
I'm going to look up Michael E. Zarbro right now.
It's laying out a vague narrative of what happened when there was so much more that actually happened. This is just a narrow view, a narrow outline of some stuff that happened to put out. It's fishing. It's a fishing, like it's laying out a narrative and putting it out there to see what people think about it either way, or additional information about what they're doing. So that it's like 1% of what actually happened is in that report, or whatever it is. What I'm saying?
Yeah. What's going on here? Michael E. Zarbo. Let's see what it says.
Here.
Okay. We got him. Michael Zarbo. Executive level management. My door.
So, and they're talking about using this for strictly military. That's what they want out of it. It's like all military, when this could be used for benefiting people, like remote. Let's remote view how this tree wants to, produce some fruit or whatever.
Huh. Let's see. We got Michael Zarbo right here.
Let's remote view back in time when there was giant trees. Let's remote view that mesa where that giant tree used to be.
Well, I could close my eyes and remote view walking down the street, which is crazy.
Yeah. And like
Here, this is Zarbo right here. Throw a picture up.
Black Sheep researchers' last video about memories. What are they? Like all that information is out there in the water, in the air. Like your memories, what are they? It's not a location in your brain where all this stuff comes from. It's all around you.
So it says Michael Zarbo served as the deputy commander for the 401st Army Field Support Brigade and as chief of the logistics support element for Iraq located at Camp Taji in Iraq. And this is the picture of him right here. That's the guy who wrote this article. What's up, Groove?
What's up, man? You need to look up like that book's called Mind Wars. Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah, that book. Yeah, not this one, but they mentioned that book. And I don't know if I wrote it down, but I want to look that book up. Project Ultra. That's what I need to look up.
There's another one called Mind War, without the S. It's written by a guy named Michael Aquino. You ever heard of him?
Oh yeah, that evil little guy in some kind of
he was
a priest of Satan or some shit.
He came from the Church of Satan, and he later started the Temple of Set. But he was also Army Colonel for the Army Psychological Operations Department Division.
Yeah, he had the little eyebrows going, like a little devil or something.
Yeah, he was on the Oprah show in the 90s as a satanic representative, like defending it. And if you look more deeply into him, he also got accused of like some Jerry Sandusky type shit. He was living like,
right,
I think it was Presidio Air Force Base in California, which the deeper you go down the hole, you find out at that particular base and certain people were connected to other events that happened in the later 80s, that Franklin cover-up that was connected to that Boys Town, Nebraska, and all sorts of, ghoulish things. But yeah, he's got open interviews even on YouTube if you look up Michael Aquino Mind War. And it's all very pro. Yeah.
It's all part of World War Zero, like World War One, World War Two. It's all one war against land and people.
Yeah, I just saw a thing where Jordan Peterson. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a war on the mind, a war on the family. The war, country against country, is just a cover story, right?
Well, yeah, and it's also within our own country because he had other people connected to his church of or his Temple of Set church, and one of those guys ended up marrying his daughter, or no, not his daughter, but Anton LaVey's daughter. And this guy he claims that he was heavy into the early days of the promoting of like the goth waves, synth wave kind of underground scene, mostly in the California areas. But I forget what it's called. Maybe Radio Wolf or Wolf Radio, something like that. But it was all with the intent of undermining anything that you would consider conservative or traditional culture, and what's happening right here in our own country. So
social engineering, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Music industry, politics, sports.
Yeah.
It's all a big ball of wax.
They're all connected. They're all out in the open. It's all very well documented in books also. So just kind of funny how that stuff just sits there. Especially when he was on the Oprah show. He was also on Geraldo too, I believe. Or if it wasn't Geraldo, it was one of the other shows. Maybe Donahue, or but he was definitely on those 90s.
And,
I don't even know what you call those.
Even today, you can see the duper's delight on the faces of these media people as they're looking at the camera. They're just mocking you.
Oh yeah.
They're putting it right in your face and saying, "Yeah, this is what it is. Snicker, snicker, and you're paying for it, and we're doing it to you."
Yeah, like Bill Gates keeps saying how everything's so fucking magical and shit.
Yeah, I think Project Ultra was Project MK Ultra, because there is no Project Ultra, it's Project MK Ultra.
Yeah, Gates snickering about reducing the population, is saying it's going to be effective in reducing.
Oh wait,
the population.
Maybe I was wrong. Hold up.
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking the actual MK Ultra. I could be wrong about this, but I thought that the term MK Ultra was actually of the German program. So calling something the Project Ultra would.
Yeah, I got it right here. I found it says in 1939, shortly after Britain and France declared war, and this is what I was just reading, which is odd, I almost gave up on it, on the Third Reich, the code name Ultra was conceived by the British MI6 and later the United States to denote sensitive intercept intelligence derived from crypto-analysis. So I'll keep that. So I'm gonna do MK Ultra too, because one day I'll do an MK Ultra.
Yeah, CIA in McGill University in Montreal, I think it is. MK Ultra.
Man, yeah, MK Ultra is wild. Like,
well, they take these Trudeau, the original Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau, his wife, Margaret Trudeau, Justin Trudeau.
I heard she was a slur. You know what a slur is? No.
She was an MK Ultra victim, right? Like born, bred, and groomed and trained and traumatized to play that role. Yeah.
Well, you know, I hate to speculate, but it sure seems to me that Melania Trump falls right in that category too.
Melania Trump.
She seems like straight out of the beta sex kitten fucking program.
Oh, beta sex kitten.
Just all speculation on my part, though. Disclaimer.
This is all for entertainment purposes. I always tell people, don't believe anything I say. Do your own research.
Yeah, read the Avatar. That's what I'm doing.
Just making observations here. Huh.
Entertainment purposes only.
So, trying to, like, in my mind, in the groove, I was thinking, man, I wish I was, like, well versed in creating beats from scratch, like what is that called? I zoned out. I was thinking I gotta look up the beats per minute to figure out first. I don't even, that's crazy, man. I don't even know my own, you know, beats per minute, like, but I wrote this rhyme and I'm gonna memorize it until the point I can smoothly glide over the beat.
I can tell you an easy kind of roundabout way to just kind of generally figure out the BPM is get you a little timer, like a second timer, and start rapping. And as soon as you start, hit the timer and go to 15 seconds and count how many seconds or how many times you can click with your verse in that 15 seconds. And say if it's like, if you go 20 times in 15 seconds, multiply that times 4, that'll give you
80 beats per minute.
Yeah. And then once you get to that, once you get like that number 80, you can always readjust it at that point. So if you wanted to lay that beat over a drum and bass type beat, which is faster than that 80, you could make that a halftime beat, multiply times 2, you get 160. So 160 would be like the beat that you would use for like a drum and bass type beat, but it would still lay over your verse in the same way. So yeah, you can count. They also have these things online like apps and whatever, even just little website calculators where you could just tap like with a mouse or something or your mouse pad and do the same thing, and it'll calculate your BPM like after about 4 or 5 beats, 4 or 5 taps. So
Like, I just want to say in this picture, look at that little boy kneeling down. Whether he's probably 18. I mean, you can tell these guys are giants. I mean, look at the dude kneeling down, pointing. That even if that dude stood up, I mean, that dude's towering. And then to the right, you see the guy with the beard. I mean, I know there's little children in the left-hand corner there, but I mean, those little children might be the Giants' babies, because you put one of them children next to that little skinny guy kneeling down, it's about the same size almost. I don't know. People argue with me, some people, and say, but that's how they drew them, to show they were kings. They drew them bigger and taller than everyone else. I've heard of that before. I don't know, maybe, but I know I wouldn't do that. You know, if I'm drawing a picture, I don't need to draw me like 100 times bigger than everyone else to show I'm king. I have a crown on my head, you know?
Well, there are photographs of giants in Russia standing beside regular people, and you got to be 10, 12 feet tall. Like a regular guy comes up to the guy's waist.
Yeah. Some of these are giants in here for sure.
They'd have been late 1800s, I guess.
I don't know when these paintings were taken, but
yeah, where did they go? It might not have been that long ago, or they might still be in the north or something.
Probably in the north. I mean, look at these people here, right? Look at these little people at the bottom. Now, look at the lady in the chair. If she would have stood up, I mean, that guy or lady, whatever, with the horns, they would stood up, they would fucking tower any of these people here. I mean, those little people at the bottom, they're hiding. Definitely normal-sized people. What do you think?
This stupid, cheap multi-tool. Damn pliers are jammed into the other blades somehow.
Oh, another thing I was going to say about the beats, like making beats. An easy way to think about it is just like a drummer, he's got 2 hands and 2 feet, right? And 1 hand and 1 foot, pretty much on the most basic drum set, is just going to be on the hi-hat. You got one on the pedal, and then you got at least 1 hand tapping on the top. And so the other hand and the other foot is the kick and the snare drum. So the most easiest way to make a beat is to start with the kick and the snare. The snare is usually consistent on the same, depending on how you look at it. You could say the 2 and the 4, or like in my world, it'd be like the 5 and the 13. And the kick drum, usually you have at least the kick on the 1. You usually want to start with a kick on the 1, and then you're kind of free to put it wherever else you want it in the rest of the beat. So if you got the kick and the snare, then all you got to do is think about the hi-hat. You just lay that over the top in a 16th note pattern, and that's pretty much a whole beat. Anything else you add is kind of just extra. So as far as making beats, really you could just do kick and snare, and then the hi-hat will kind of fall in place after you make that. That's really all you need, is those 3 elements.
Yeah, I really want to make a track. It's like a 2-minute track. Maybe 2.5 minutes.
Like I was listening to some old 80s Ice-T yesterday, and it was amazing to me how simple the beats and the whole music was just the beat. And like back then they were making it straight off a drum machine, and it was just so simple. But you know, the lyrics, obviously the rapping carries it through, but as far as what was actually around the lyrics, it wasn't very much at all. Basically just kick, snare, and a little hi-hat. That was it. No bass line, no nothing
The
else.
Ice-T's the man, though, lyrically.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like that old shit for sure.
Remember when he got that Hollywood role and he started to be on TV? I was like, you notice how they always take a ghetto black man or so-called black man and they'll put him as to play a cop. Always. They did it to Tupac. They do it to them all, man. They end up playing cop roles, or a gangster role, or a drug dealer. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ice-T when he was a cop, man. What show was that? Law and Order, I think.
Yeah, I'm not for sure. There's so many of those. He was also in a very interesting movie. I think it's called The Hunted, or something like that.
I love that movie.
Well, that's some real shit.
Ice-T plays him. He plays him in the woods. They thought he was like a sucker, and they were gonna hunt him down quick. Yeah, they played him. They brought him out there and said, "You want to play a hunting game?" He didn't know he was gonna be the hunted, though.
Yeah, they asked him if he wanted to go hunting, and then he was the one they were hunting. But they really do that shit. And when he put the cigarette on the tree, he set him up, man. They thought he was behind the tree smoking, and he was really like scoping, like he was setting them up. So, you know, yeah, that was a good movie. Ice-T did a good job in that role. Yeah, they do really do that. That's what I would like to do with some of these people who just poison everything, man. Just say, hey, I'll give you a fighting chance. You know? Well, you know, whatever they've done to other people, they should be subjected it to themselves. I did hear something interesting yesterday about
eye for an eye.
These other countries are really kind of pushing the idea of lawsuit and justice and Nuremberg type hearings for some of these people that perpetrated the last 4 years. And one of those, I think one of those provisions in that Nuremberg code says something about you know, not subjecting people to things that you wouldn't be that you wouldn't do yourself, which used to be a general rule of thumb in our society. That's why you'd have like bosses and CEOs of companies actually getting in and doing the work with their workers. You know, it's like I wouldn't ask you to do something that I wouldn't do myself. So, but all that's been lost.
Yeah, like construction contractors have their kids working with them, right?
Yeah, they always make them start off at the bottom. They'll make them a regular worker for at least just a little while, just to kind of like earn the respect of everybody else, and then they'll put them up in the office. You know,
But
if you're
still,
lucky.
but yeah, if they make it, they're doing dangerous stuff, right? Yeah,
Right.
have your kids working for you doing dangerous stuff.
Yeah, or
And
like the royal kids, like
that's a
they have to go serve in the royal military, but they don't put them on the front lines. They're going to give them some nice little army job, like off the out of harm's way, you know.
I can't believe that worked. It's raining right now, and I have a barrel over on the other corner of the house, and I just run a hose. I put a hose in the barrel, and I run the hose over to a big tank. So as the water fills up in the barrel, it gets transferred over to the tank automatically, just in a siphon hose. I just hooked it up. I can't believe it's working. So instead of overflowing at the corner of the house, it just gets siphoned over into the big tank. Fucking amazing.
Yeah, and you can make a thing. I think they call it it's a bell siphon or a standpipe. One of those two. I think it's the bell siphon. But you can make it out of
stack pipe.
pretty much, yeah. Yeah, you can have like a stack pipe drain, and then there's a bell siphon where you could do things called flood and drain. And basically, what it'll do is you can stick it into the bottom of a container, and water will come up till it reaches a certain point, and then it'll drain out, so it never overflows. But it's a constant flow of filling and draining, and you just use gravity. You just make this little thing out of PVC. You can make it out of like probably 20, 30, 40 bucks worth of PVC parts. And
yeah, this is probably basically the same thing. It's just two containers with a hose in between.
Yeah, and you just use gravity to control your water level, you know. Always keep your first tank higher than the next tank down.
It's actually atmospheric pressure that does all the work.
Yeah.
No gravity.
Yeah, it's like aquaponic systems. That's how it works. And you can run a whole big greenhouse worth of aquaponic tanks and grow beds, and you can do it all with one pump.
You know,
and
out in the land, some of the from the old world, even around here, the land is actually tiled. There's tile in the land, and it both drains the land and brings water.
Yeah.
It's like, and if you even a natural system like a peat bog, it makes its own ditch around itself, just the natural growing peat plant. It makes a ditch around itself to keep water in and keep water out.
Yeah, there's a word for that. I'm not exactly sure what they call that, but yeah. This is using natural drainage. Especially if you got a little slope on your land, you can do some stuff with that. And then you would plant your plants like the ones that need more water, like a watermelon or something like that. You have those closer to the bottom of the row at the lower elevation, and then something you need more a little more flood and drain action, you put up towards the top, and it all trickles downhill.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the purpose of the star forts, having to do with water and like stuff would grow around.
Yeah, it could be. Mm-hmm.
Even the frequency they produce would help stuff to grow properly.
Yeah, that's what makes like above ground grow beds, especially if you live in an area where you're kind of waterlogged most of the time because you don't want standing water too long. But if you build a grow bed, the reason those work so well is because they drain. They drain
What
nicely
does?
in grow beds.
A raised bed.
Yeah, raised beds.
And
Yeah,
and I was just thinking about that. I have to do that in my yard.
yeah.
They are susceptible to drying out.
Well,
I
that's
just,
the thing. That's where the flood and drain idea comes in handy because if you really want to increase your grow rates for your plants to make them grow and produce faster, is you want more time where water soaks the roots and drains out. And then you want to add more water on top. If you can do that 3, 4 times a day, think about it. When it rains and the ground gets soaked, and then the ground has to kind of drain itself and dry out so the roots don't stay completely wet all the time and rot. That's like one, what I'll call a flood and drain cycle. Because when those roots are exposed to water and the motion of that water draining down away from the roots pulls in air behind it. And that air is very important for the growth cycle. So a flood and drain idea increases the amount of times that you can get that water to air cycle
right.
in
Yeah.
a smaller amount of time. Yeah.
The roots
That's
kind
like
of follow the water down where it drains. The roots follow it.
yeah. But you
Look
don't
at the
want them
giants
submerged
in this
all the time.
picture. These people are tall as hell, all them people sitting there, especially that king.
I've been nibbling on some goji leaves in the morning.
What's that?
I pick the young shoots off and eat them, and it stimulates the flowers to grow when you do that. And now I'm gonna have tons of goji berries. It looks like.
You ever seen a dog get gold grills? I got a picture of this dog. You know them dogs, them little dogs with the underbite, I mean? So the guy took his dog to a place and they gave the little dog uh, gold teeth on the bottom underbite or whatever you would call it, an under or overbite, and then it also if anyone knows the RZA and Method Man had gold fangs like vampires, so does the dog. The dog got little bottom grills with fangs on them at its canine fangs.
I think it's cruel to even breed those dogs. They're bred to have that look, and they can't even breathe. And then they have to get operations so they can breathe.
Yeah, there's pugs and short-nosed dogs. Yeah.
I just bought a big bale of peat moss, and I just mixed it with some soil from the yard and some sand. Put in pots.
Yeah, peat moss will do wonders for you, bro, and it's really cheap. They go a long way.
Damn, everybody dipped out. As soon as I finished reading, everyone was like, pew! Let's see. MP7.
I don't know. It might have been the Michael Aquino stuff. Because there's a lot of people on here circulating in these circles that are bad actors that are loosely connected to these same types, this whole psychological operations division.
Tactics.
Yeah, because in the UK version, they call it the 77th Brigade, and it's their army of online trolls, and you can go read their own materials to see what they're about, and they're all about infiltrating social media social
A lot of
circles
them are
and
bots.
fucking things.
A lot of them are bots too. It's just the AI fucking with us, trying to like a bot will be customized to annoy you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on when you see these comments where they're automatically interjecting like
Yeah.
popular Christian
They,
slogans and shit. I think that's a bot. Like you just automatically see the same type shit pop up everywhere.
yeah, just blurting out stuff that you might
Yeah.
have been talking about in another chat, just like fishing. It doesn't really say anything. It's just random bits of blurbs
Oh
about
yeah,
fishing.
I know what you mean by this guy. He was copy and pasting and whatever. I think people like I don't know what their intentions are, but if it's to try to get on my nerves, it don't work that way. I just ignore that shit.
Yeah,
I don't see really what's the point intended
if
by doing
something's
that.
not really provoking any thought, it might be a bot. So
Well,
don't
that's the thing.
don't get
Even
angry. Don't get angry at it. It's only hurting yourself if you're getting angry at a bot.
Mm,
see all that kind of low level mind control stuff, and when you talk about bots and that whole thing, it's even in AI, it all works off of what they call probability and statistics that they've factored into these algorithms. It's really the only thing that separates AI from traditional computer programming. And the thing about probability is it relies on the what we would consider like mainstream. It's all about that middle masses that doesn't deviate. It doesn't have, like you said, a lot of independent thought. It doesn't have a lot of out of the box thinking. It's only there to manipulate those that naturally fall in the middle anyway.
right.
Yeah,
So
just say, oh,
It's
oh,
gonna
yeah,
manipulate the blind or the weak-minded, or the closed, like people that have anchors and ceilings are
keep them
easy
in
to
the
manipulate.
space, if that's the right word.
Here's the video. I just gotta play. It's 26 seconds. Check this out.
So we got the first ever grill for a dog. These are the grills we made, and he's excited about wearing them, I can tell. So the dog's name is Fox, and he has a little bit of an underbite. He was never really shy about it, but now he could really flex it. He's got bottoms, and he's got his canines done in
What
gold.
do you guys think about this, honestly? Grills on a dog? Pole
Looks like a
wall?
piranha.
Jeez. Leave a comment.
Yeah, what do you think?
Looks like a piranha.
A
yeah,
piranha with an underbite, huh?
yeah. Well,
Anyone?
anytime you watch those videos and somebody steps up and says, I don't know, what do you think? Leave a comment. All that's doing is trying to fish for comments so they can manipulate the engagement numbers. They don't really give a shit about your comment or what you got to say about it. They just want to trigger people into actually making a comment and engaging with the numbers. I think I was muted a second ago when I was talking about probability and AI. Did you catch that, or was I muted?
Caught you, yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, because one more thing I was going to add to that is like people like us who have ideas that are, you consider outside the box or divergent or definitely with outside the mainstream in terms of collection of data, especially in psychological research. Responses or data that falls outside of this narrow area of the probability that they're looking for, they just disregard that data. So that's why when you see these bots and shit, it don't work on people like us. It's not targeted for us. It's targeted for more of a normie type that is more influenced by kind of
Keep
like
them there.
the
To
pop
keep them there.
culture, like popularity, the herd
Dude,
mentality.
The hive mentality.
Yeah, all that.
To reinforce
I
their paradigm.
said I got the smoke for all the hive minds. You know, because when you bring the smoke to a hive mind, yeah, what happens to bees in the hive when you bring smoke? You got to bring smoke to the hive mind.
They get dopey.
Yeah, this, you know, the more I've, you know, through the years of research, like I say, it's kind of a little depressing that, you know, you're born into a alleged reality that you're supposed to have a personal experience, but that's far from the truth. You're just handed it, your fake history. You're handed a fucking worthless system that's broken and corrupted. You're forced to work. People say you're not forced to work. You can make your own decision. You can pick and be whatever you want to be. That's fucking bullshit. Yeah, you can be whatever you want to be, but you making it to the tippity top is it's possible. But why doesn't people speak about these people who made it to the top? They don't speak about what it took to get there. The absolute truth, you know, choking on dick or taking it in the ass or who knows what.
How many
To get to
die
the top.
on the way? How many die on the way? You don't hear about
That too.
A lot of them quit along the way once they realize what they're really in the midst of. Those are the ones you really don't hear about. Like you said, we are given some success stories. Like we'll sit and listen to fucking Steve Jobs or Jeff Bezos. They'll talk about how they made it, you know, their humble beginnings, which is all fake stories anyway. But what you won't hear about is the guy who was in the garage next door to Bezos and Bill Gates, who was probably working on the same idea, but was trying to do it in a more honest way and didn't want to sell out and do government contracts. And they never became successful because of that. You never hear about those people. There's probably millions more of those out there than there are success stories.
Did you hear about that UFC fighter who I don't know, I think he was like 19 and he took a quarter of shrooms and then swallowed a vial of acid. And he said, yo, 12 cops couldn't take that man down. He was a UFC fighter, or he is now. I forgot his name. I have the little short video I might play, but he 12 cops it took. He wrestled 12 cops for an hour. They couldn't take him down. He was tripping balls. Now, he's lucky they didn't annihilate him, you know? That's why I wonder how true is this story, because any cop out blow his wig off. Like, cops, I don't know. Sometimes I can't watch these videos because I get so mad.
Real, or is it just a case of no brain, no pain?
Well, I've never done PCP angel dust, but they say that people when they're on, well, they say when you're on that it kind of gives you that kind of Superman.
Yeah, it does.
So, yeah,
it does. Dude, I was doing. If I wasn't on it, I couldn't do a push-up. That's how out of shape I've come to. Like right now, I could probably do 5 and that's it. But if you couldn't do a push-up and then you smoke some dust, you'll be doing push-ups like you've been doing them for fucking. You'll be sore as hell. But yeah, I got to get in shape myself. I have to start taking health very serious. I have been, but
well, you do some walking, right? Don't you do a fair amount of walking? Yeah, or get you some of those get you some ankle and wrist weights and just throw those bitches on when you do your walking. That'll do wonders, bro. That'll definitely get you started on getting your strength back. Once you just walk with those, even little 5-pound weights on your feet, on your wrists, you probably do 10 push-ups just right off the bat the first time you try after a good week or 2 of that.
Like, I lost a lot of weight about 3 years ago. Nah, I don't know how long ago it was, but I stopped taking these medications they were giving me. And it was to the point where I wasn't sleeping, I wasn't eating, but I defeated it. The point is, and I also stopped eating meat at one point, which was stupid. I just quit, and I couldn't figure out why I was sick all the time. Like, you know, I've heard a lot of theories, like people say you're withdrawing from not eating the meat. You know, you're withdrawing from what's being put in it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
protein
different.
is important.
I quit meat. I quit everything about trying to think now how long ago that was. 6 years. I just quit everything: milk, corn, wheat, canola, meat, dairy. I quit everything, and seems to be working.
Yeah, I think
Before
everybody's different. You know what I mean? Like,
I could have lived off of bacon every day, man. I was a crazy meat eater. But now my inflammation is gone. I don't wake up sore and shit. But stretching is something I don't do enough of. It's easy, and yeah, just like
well,
sitting on the floor and grabbing your toes, straighten your legs, try to put your head on your knee. Just little like that. It's painful, but it's really effective.
Base plant. Kimba asked if that shocked your body, quitting everything at once.
It didn't seem to. Like before I did quit everything, I was having trouble with my appetite. It's like nothing tasted
Me
good.
too.
Like I noticed every time, all the meat I bought in the store, there was something wrong with it. Like the chicken changed. It was just weird. And then even the bacon started to be different, man.
Jay,
yeah, you gotta be careful what you buy these days, bro. There's a lot of weirdo shit on the shelf, bro.
hey, Jay Hyten. I'll tell you what, I tried that too, and I don't know how I got it. It was back in my rave days. That night I had candy flipped. If anyone knows what that is, it's taking a triple stack that's dipped in LSD. I took 2 of them, and I was like sitting on God's throne, and I went to an after party, and this guy had a CD case with a big mound of stuff on it. It looked like baby powder, and this dude had ketamine by the bottles, the jars, and he was selling them. And I ended up getting a jar because it's over 10 years, so I can't incriminate myself. I was selling bumps in the raves for $20 a bump. That's how powerful this stuff was. You would open the vial, dump it on a cookie sheet, put it in the oven. When it turned to powder, you would scrape it and put it back in the jar. But yeah, that stuff is something I would never do again. I took a bump, and I don't remember how I got from that. That's when everyone turned into a fucking reptilian, bro. I took the bump, and I remember I was on the steps looking in the basement, and everyone that was dancing turned into it looked like a fucking reptile. I don't remember how I got from there home. All I remember is pulling up in front of the house in the passenger seat. My friend was driving, and I looked over and I said, my first thought was, how the fuck is this guy driving? But I don't even remember how I got home. That drug is something else, man.
What, the ketamine you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff is I can't imagine
It's a
one bump.
tranquilizer.
Yeah, it's no joke.
And a disassociation
K-hole. That's what I
Yeah.
went in. They said, you went in a K-hole. I'm like, really? Hole in one. Yeah, those are my days when I was raving and stuff and just partying with the chicks. You know, them are good old days, I'll tell you that. When you're on E with a woman, it's that fake love, right? that chemical imbalance that it makes you just love everything. But then if
I'll tell
someone
you
pisses you off, I've seen some bad shit.
a crazy story. We was at a basically an apartment, just having a little get together with some friends, and a friend of mine, he was there with his girl, and she was doing E for the first time. It was her first time, not his. But during her first E trip, he proposed to her and shit. So the whole party turned into like an engagement party and shit. It was kind of weird. I was the only one there that wasn't on E, because I never did E. I've only taken acid and shit. And so I was the only one that wasn't on E, but it was kind of weird. They was all reading poetry and shit, and I was like, this is out my box right now, dude. But he proposed to her the first time she was taking E. Kind of crazy. Yeah, I haven't done any of that shit since I think the last time was like 2002. The last time I took any acid, and because that back then it was like it was getting hard to find like just regular shit, like just to get regular acid, or even the ecstasy pills were kind of phasing out. It was a big crackdown on all that shit. But what was starting to float around was what we used to call RCs, or research chemicals, and it started being these weird psychedelic that were pretty much all synthetic. And,
I took liquid acid, bro. The same
There's
night
some
I took a
wicked
sugar
drugs
cube with it.
for old people,
it-
like Dilaudid and stuff. The guys are 40.
Dilaudid. I've heard of Dilaudid.
It's like for old people, they would get $40 for one pill. I knew some guys who used to break into pharmacies and just grab
That's
everything.
wild. I've heard of Dilaudid. I knew this guy who I forgot what his issues were, but he was getting those, and he would put them in a dart and mainline it. But truthfully, now I know why people love oxys and stuff, because I was researching into how it messes with your chemical balance, and they say doing heroin's like busting a nut, and they're not lying. Like Oxycontins, to other people they would nod out. To me, it gave me energy. It was weird. It did the opposite to me. And people said it's because I have this thing called ADHD, allegedly. If I was to do cocaine, it would make me tired. I don't know how that fucking works, right? It does the opposite.
Yeah, I have such a low tolerance. I have such a natural low tolerance to everything. That's why I like to stick to. That's why I mostly just stuck to weed, because that was all I need, bro. Like anything strong, like all that fucking. I didn't really do oxys. I think somebody gave me a piece of one time, and I did eat like one little square off of a Xanabar, just like a more concentrated Xanax, and all that shit is just way too much for me. There's nothing fun about any of that shit for me. It's way too much.
You ain't lying about that, Kimba, because when you're chemically imbalancing your senses, your equilibrium, your sight, you know, your smell. Even cigarettes will alter you won't be able to smell or taste right. I noticed when I stopped smoking cigarettes, I could smell. I would sit on my bunk and the guard would, you'd hear his keys jingling coming. He would just walk by myself, peep in and walk by. I could smell the cigarette he had just smoked. And then I started to hate the smell of cigarette, you know, after a long time of not smoking.
Well, just like with
Fucks your
smoking weed,
senses.
when people talk about like getting the munchies and shit, I didn't get the munchies when I fucking smoked weed. I never
I
get
did.
them.
The
Yeah.
old school weed, I would just get crazy munchies. Nowadays, it don't seem like it's the same. I don't get munchies like when I used to smoke that regular weed. Good regular weed. I'd be just so baked. I would get hungry. Like excuse me, stomach would be growling.
Yeah, I would always eat first before I smoked anyway. It
What's up,
definitely helps
Dominic?
in the creative process too, you know.
What's RC? RC Cola?
Research chemicals.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The time I did, I've done acid before, but it didn't hit me like that one time I did it at the rave. I did liquid,
Well, it's
under
all
the
different.
3 drops under the tongue, bro. I was, woo! Man,
It's
I
all
must have
different.
tripped a good 26 hours. I was scared. It was to the point where I thought I was going to Jimi Hendrix for the rest of my life. I was getting shook because it was
That's where
just so
you kind of got to
wrong.
know. You kind of got to know where you're getting it from, because it is all about the. It's all about the chemist, and lucky for me, I had a consistent source. All the acid I eat in the '90s, and it was always nice and pure. It didn't have a lot of bullshit, and I wouldn't take anything else. Like, you really gotta. You really don't know what you're getting with any of that shit. It was kind of like the same story with the E. You never knew what was really in it. A lot of times they put some crank in it, or they might add a little heroin. And remember, they used to call them wacky tabs. Sometimes you get a wacky one, and so you never really know what you're getting. Even if it looks the same as the one you ate last week, it could be totally different chemically. That's really the worst part about the street drug thing is, you know, people fucking doing funny shit with it, trying to make extra buck or whatever. That's where the fentanyl, you know, kind of comes in, where they're trying to cut that shit and pass it off as heroin and or any of these other things. But if you had a good guy, a good source, and it was pure, it wasn't no funny shit. I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about, like, my experiences with acid. I only had like really one what I would call a bad trip, and it was like towards the end, and I kind of think it was something a little different. That might have came from somebody else than what I normally would get it from. But yeah, it was a little dark, but you just got to maintain, you know. I'd say it's definitely not for everybody. It's definitely not for somebody who's not generally strong-minded. You could really, I've seen some people act weird on it, but I never had any wild hallucinations where I was seeing like fucking dragons and shit or any of that. It was all kind of a body and what it does for your hearing, man. I'm like fucking music on that shit, man. It's like, wow. Everything sounds awesome. I think that's why the Grateful Dead was so popular, not because of their music, because it's very subpar or very average. But if everybody's fucked up on acid listening to that shit, of course it's gonna sound awesome.
Like, I'm not even gonna. I used to do stuff because I wanted to elevate my mind state. Like I use them to enhance.
Yeah, all
And,
those, they all had military connections. Like Jim Morrison's dad was commander of the boat that triggered the Vietnam War. And like all of them are hooked up with royalty and military, their ops.
Yeah, well, they used to really research it academically. That's where you get like the Timothy Learys that came out of the academic world, and I think that was through like the mid '70s before they ended up shutting those academic
You would
programs
like
down.
Mark Devlin channel into Groove.
I've heard of that name. I
Mark
know I've run
Devlin.
across it.
Yeah, he goes into all that MK Ultra and in the music business and everything.
Yeah, I've heard. They say that about LSD specifically, and that I think that was probably their intent in the beginning to see if they could use it for that. But I could just speak for myself and just say I I don't think there's really much potential there as far as
Where it
mind
came
control goes.
from, it's a fungus, ergot fungus on wheat
Yeah.
and rye. That's where it come from. LSD.
Yeah, it's not that dissimilar. I would say it's like concentrated mushroom trips. It's kind of the same vibe that you get from a mushroom trip, but
Yeah, it's
a
kind
little
of
more intense.
similar.
Yeah. I haven't eaten a lot of mushrooms. Like I've only really had really just one good mushroom trip that I ate some dried ones, and we made shroom tea, and you get a little buzz off of that, but I never really had a full good mushroom trip. I had one that was good. I didn't have quite enough. If I'd had a couple more mushrooms to eat, I probably would have really blasted off. But it's a
I
fun
can
little
barely-
buzz if you just eat a little bit. They talk about people microdosing, and
I can barely stop laughing watching TV or just watching people in public on mushrooms.
oh yeah, I
Can't
love the
really-
laughies. That's the fun part about it. Yep, those were the good old days, like you said earlier, Charles. I didn't do a lot of raves either. I was more of a club guy, the smaller venues, but man, that's so fun back then, bro. No cell phones, just chilling. And no matter where you were at, you thought it was the best spot to be in the world. It's like, dude, nobody knows about this right now. This is the most awesome place to be right now. I will say though, if you definitely look at the culture, and it was definitely towards the '90s that at least locally in my area down here on the Gulf Coast and shit was when they were kind of shutting down all the underground raves and club scenes and moving the psychedelic drugs out, and really it was becoming a kind of cocaine dominant at the end. And when they were shutting everything down, people started getting sloppy and shit. But if you look at the timeline of the culture arc there, like even the music in the '90s, you definitely find a lot more kind of love and peace. What we called it the plur movement in the dance community is peace, love, unity, and respect. And all that shit went out the window in the 2000s and 2010s. It's all been more of a me kind of selfish, hedonistic focal point instead of like in the 80s and 90s where it was a lot more collective, positive vibe kind of mentality. And I think the change in the drug scene definitely has something to do with that.
Bing, bing. Come up, Dom, if you're not busy. You missed I don't know if you were here, but did a 2 hour and 15 minute video, well, live on remote viewing. I wanted Access to come through because he told me to look into a lot of this stuff. And, so thoughts, right? Couldn't thoughts be like a hologram or dreams? Couldn't your mind project this dreamland, right? Or your mind is like a beacon. So if you're leaving your car, right, your avatar, your vehicle for the physical realm, when you're dreaming, your mind could be like a beacon, so your soul don't lose its car when you're in a dreamland. You know what I mean? There's been times in my dreams, I've said this before, when I lived in the other building when I was growing up in my teenage, I would dream and I would always go wherever. And right before I'd wake up, I'd always end up in the park or gliding in the air through the park. Like, you know, in your dreams, you're floating. And then I'd be going back to my apartment building. My dream was weird. Then I'd wake up. So we're not being told everything, man. There's something, you know, what?
Well, we're definitely not supposed to be sitting around fucking you know, worrying about making enough money to keep the fucking lights on and
Definitely not.
fucking looking at the goddamn news every fucking day telling us about bullshit that really has nothing to do with us or fucking life purpose, any of that shit. And that's all fucking deliberate, dude.
I agree,
like,
man.
Like back in the 90s, the club days, and was having fun, partying as a young adult, and just, you know.
We should still be doing that.
Fucking, that was life, bro. It was fucking amazing shit happening all the time. Even if it wasn't on drugs. I used to go to clubs not on drugs, and it was fucking the same experience.
I think there's something to keeping people stressed. That's why they pump fear out all the time. There's something about fear, you know, they use that to scare people and to keep them in a certain mind state. And also depression. They want people to feel down and worthless, you know.
Yeah, it makes your fucking immune system weak. It makes you fucking susceptible to fucking illnesses and shit, for one thing. I mean, I hate to...
Probably weakens your aura, too.
It seems like it all comes back to the same thing. These fucking pharmakia motherfuckers that are doing their best to...
They got the key to the farm.
To be dependent on them. They're just high-level drug dealers. But their drugs are bunk. Their drugs do nothing.
Garbage. They're garbage. I forgot what they're made out of. What product they use to make pills. I heard that it sits in the stomach a long time. It doesn't dissolve quick. Petroleum gel. No, I forgot what it's called.
Isn't it just basically like limestone, like chalk or something?
No, the plastic part of pills or
Oh.
Damn, I'm gonna look it up right now on Google. I'm gonna Google it. Let's Google it, dude.
It's probably whatever caking agent that they're using to just keep the shit together.
Yeah, like, there's some kind of polish shit that like a shell on the outside of.
Yeah, all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like even vitamin C pills. Now they have like a coating on them. So I suck that coating off and spit it out.
And they just transfer that shit to our food. That's why our food is all fucking weird, because same shit that they're using in those pharma products, they're using in our food too. So that's why I was always strange. I always thought it was strange that the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, they put those two things together.
Yeah. alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And things like, isn't DARPA an actual company? It's not part of the government. They just get government money. Same with the CDC. It's not a
You're
government
right.
thing.
Yeah.
It's an actual company. Like a military subcontractors. So they'd be
Yeah, because
making sure.
DARPA is really just the development. It's development and research, and so any of the manufacturing that happens, it's basically like they're just coming up with patents, and then the government, if they like something that they come up with, then they would materialize that into actual products and shit.
Give money to develop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the BS that's playing out in the media, like it's still saying that this thing is real, with this operation over the last years. The narrative is that it's real, and Trump's saying it comes from China. They made it in a lab in China. Well, these
That means it's coming from here.
listen, these viral labs. There's a viral lab in town here, and it's the same viral lab. Like they're around the world, and it's like a twin of the lab over in Wuhan, the one right in town here, and the people work in both, right? And it's not one against the other, developing against the other. They're both working together.
Oh, yeah.
Just like the military stuff. And there's people getting charged that worked in the lab here because they went over to China and worked in the lab there for a bit. Yeah, so they're being used as a scapegoat, saying that they're spies when they're actually just employed by the system in the first place.
Well, and see, that's where motive and all that kind of shit comes into play, because they'll tell us, oh, we're doing it for defense and national security. We're doing it to protect you. Okay, well, if that was the real fucking motive, then why are you fucking taking that shit to other countries and having it be so loosely governed where this shit can escape out, or you got foreign nationals working in these labs and shit? Like, that's why we get rid of this war and national defense military fucking mindset, all this other weirdo shit falls apart because they have no more benevolent storyline to fucking use it to promote it with, because it's clearly not in any of our fucking best interests.
No.
Like, I don't feel nationally defended. I feel like my own worst enemy.
And whatever rules they're giving us, there's always somebody or a certain group of people that get a pass.
You mean to tell me all these years of research and money dumped in, they don't have any cures? It's always called treatment, and I think, personally, in my opinion, if you got money, you can get rid of the cancer and all this stuff. That's my opinion. Like, by now, all this time, you can't. My grandma passed away of diabetes. Like, I look back and I would think, damn, diabetes? Like, something that doesn't kill anyone nowadays for the most part, unless they do too much insulin but yeah. I think personally, my opinion, like diabetes, if you took care of your health, you wouldn't need all that stuff.
Well, just look into the story behind aspartame, and that'll open you up to the whole thing. Yeah, I
heard about aspartame. I did a little in my live stream. Yeah, we were going through that, and when it starts with a B.
Hey, remember Coffee Mate, the coffee whitener?
Yeah. Hey, mate.
I remember back in the 70s, I saw it at my friend's house, and I was looking at the ingredients. And back then, it was aluminum. That's what it was, aluminum silicate or something like that. That's what coffee.
That's wild.
Putting straight fucking aluminum into your coffee.
Only in America, the greatest country in the world. the greatest scam in the world. That's what this is. To this point in my life, I don't care if like people get mad. The U.S. is better than other countries. You know, even refugees will come here and say America's better, and it makes me look at the country in a different way from what
Well,
they
it's
come
not a,
from, like real
it's not
war
the
zones and
America.
shit.
It's
It's the
not the America.
government.
It's the freedom. You know what I mean?
I was watching a story about this kid who grew up in the Philippines. It was some tribe they were trying to eradicate over there, and then he came with his parents, or I think either way, they grew up in a real war country, like, and they appreciate America. They say you can live the American dream, or do, because you can do more here than you can in a lot of other countries, and I get that, but when you got a government doing it, alleged experiments, right, through water, and I call it an experiment. To them, they call it cleaning the water, right? But it causes stuff. I just can't normalize that, selling food that harms people and water, and then what they do to the air. I just can't stop. That's just
Well,
not normal,
why,
and I don't
why
want
would
it to
you do
become
any of
normal.
that? Just like with GMO foods, like if you got
Yeah.
a fucking perfectly made natural fucking apple,
Why change
who in
it?
their fucking right mind would want to go in and fucking alter this shit for any reason?
Narcissistic, psychotic.
Satanic, yeah.
Yeah, seedless oranges. They're horrible, man.
What was that? Phone call. Brr.
I can't
I
even
had to
find
plug
an
in.
orange in the store that has fucking seeds in it. Like, they have these seedless oranges, and they're garbage. And
Yeah, it's like seedless watermelon.
Yeah, the cheapest you can get them is like $2 a pound. If you, any decent orange is going to be like $5-6 a pound.
Well, I kind of got the own answer to my question that I just posed. Why would you want to do that? And it's because they have to. You can't patent nature, so they have to alter it in some way so they can just therefore patent. Yeah. That's the answer to that.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Here's the video, guys, of the UFC fighter that took all this acid. It's just 57 seconds.
Hey, Terrence, Spokane Police, can you tell me what kind of drugs you took today?
So I was in college, and I took like over an eighth of shrooms, a vial of acid. Then I wake up, and I'm like, whoa, I'm tripping like crazy. I'm feeling so fucking powerful.
I'm powerful, bro. We know.
And then I was wrestling with the cops for an hour.
You was wrestling with the cops for an hour.
Yeah,
and you didn't know you was wrestling. You thought you was in a dream.
I thought I was in my dream
Powerful,
fighting
bro.
these cops and stuff. I remember I went through a glass and I was bleeding
know.
and my body was heating up.
Cheers. You went through a glass window, so we need to get you some medical attention.
And they tased me like hell of them. And then I realized that the cops, in real life, the cops stopped me, right? And I'm in the ambulance for real.
We're putting you on a gurney.
I end up going in the ambulance, dying a couple times.
They had to resuscitate you?
Yeah, and bring me back alive.
Wild. That's wild.
Well, to do drugs like that is you're not respecting the experience by just fucking, oh, I'm gonna take a whole vial of shit. Like, that's how you get yourself in trouble. You approach it with respect.
That's
and you're gonna get
wild,
all
bro.
that shit.
I wouldn't even do that. And
That's why I say it's not for everybody. It's not for people who are like, yeah, give me fucking 10 of them, bro. Like, no, you don't need it. You fuck it up for everybody.
they end up looking like this. Watch.
Dog done ate my fucking edibles. Are you high? Bitches, you high? Oh, hell nah. You shaking. You ain't finna die on me, is you? Look at what your dumb ass did. Oh my god, you dumb. Hello? Come here, are you okay? Are you are you okay? Oh my god.
Yo, they were gunning her down in the comments. There was all sorts of animal lovers in there. I mean, I used to give my cat just little pieces of herb, and it would sniff it and then eat it. But I don't think the dog would have died. That dog was bugging, huh?
Yeah, I don't like people fucking with animals, bro.
Well, she didn't give it to him. The fucking dog found it and ate it.
Yeah.
The dog looked chilled out though. Somebody said in the comments that a dog can stay like that. It'd be equivalent to a human taking acid like that guy, and then you stay like that for the rest of your life. But I don't know. I was all amped up to go do what I gotta do, and then smoke some herb, and then I heard that song in my head.
Fuck you.
Because I got high. Because I got high. Did I hear a fuck you?
Yeah, I was talking to a guy that drove by in the back lane. It sounded like he was horking and spitting. As he went by, I'm gonna look and see if he spit on my car. Freak.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's complete disrespecting.
Hey, into Groove, have you ever transplanted small squash or pumpkin plants?
No, haven't done that.
I have a whole bunch of them growing here, and they're way too close together. Maybe I'll just thin them out as they grow. I don't know where I'd put them in anyway. One day before it rained, I planted a whole bunch of seeds that I had all in a row and really close together, and it looks like they all came up.
Yeah, they usually just say to thin them out. You know, cut the smaller or the leggy ones out and leave the strongest one.
That's funny.
Depending on how big they are, you could probably still break them up and separate them out and replant the individual plants.
Yeah, it's very early in the growing season here. Like stuff just barely coming out of the ground right now.
Yeah, you got to hit them when they're just right, when they're strong enough, where they have at least the initial root system starting, that they can survive that transplanting process, and you could even break them up out of the soil and stick them in individual pots, and they should be able to take off after that. But you got to catch them at just the right time.
Peace to Smoking and G Sharp and S. So what do people in the chat think of this painting? I see giants in there. At least 12 feet tall compared to them people standing at the bottom. And if you look to the left, the queen, I think that's a queen. Even the people sitting in that red velvet chair to the left of the king, the person with like I don't know if that's white or cream. That lady
Where's
sitting
that
there
supposed
with
to
her
be?
hand on her face.
Where's that supposed to be?
No, I don't know. I think it is. I know it's somewhere in Europe. I actually think this could be Russia too.
Might even be Persia or something like that. Bactria.
Well, let's just take it at face value and say, okay, well, back in the day, all their kings and rulers were all these giant motherfuckers, right? Well, our kings and rulers of today aren't. They're just regular fucking shitty old fucking old dudes. So why the fuck are we bowing down to these motherfuckers?
Right. That's what I've been saying.
That's what that
man.
tells me, bro.
I get ridiculed when they speak like that. We all do. Because people are comfortable and they don't want to. They're comfortable slaves. That's it. I don't mean that in disrespect.
Like if a Joe Biden type dude, if Joe Biden himself like popped up and you was just in your community and you got your friends and neighbors around you and he stepped up and said, guys, we got to rally together and we got to fucking do this thing over here and fucking go to take up arms. Nobody would follow that dude, bro.
Hell no.
You know what I mean?
He might get a contusion.
I mean, I would at least give credit to like the tyrants of the old days. You know, when we see like these, you know, Hitler's not a very inspiring figure to me, but I'm sure he spoke in a way that at least motivated some people on some sort of intellectual level or spiritual level, at least, or motivational level. But we don't have that now. I mean, that's the only appeal Trump's got is he can rally up people. He can say these buzzwords and get them to fucking, you know, follow him around and shit. But we don't really have that shit anymore.
That would be
more.
That would be a good deep fake video to make, right? Of Biden. Somehow, I want somebody to do that, man. Where they can move Biden's mouth and have him say, "Come on, my white brethren," right? Or some shit to try to convince the people to rally behind them. I would love to see what people would have to say.
Well, you know, it's like the George Bush Jr. speech from Ground Zero after 9/11 when he got on the megahorn and he fucking made the speech talking about how the people who fucking took these buildings down, they're going to hear us all soon. It really wasn't him speaking that was kind of like the motivational moment of that whole thing. It was the firefighters and the regular dudes around him who were fucking cheering him on, right?
A lot of them got sick and passed away already.
Yeah. But if he'd have just been standing there with the megaphone, speaking those words, and he wouldn't have had the people around him fucking like egging him on and shit, like that shit would have just fucking fell on deaf ears. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
Yeah.
Like, go along with the narrative, or else.
Yeah, the poor firemen. They didn't know that he was involved in them even having to be there. And they're praising that man. Like, I see soldiers on YouTube today praising George Bush, and they say, well, he was our president. You know, people will look the other way just because they're the president, and they'll be like, he's trying. Or they always have an excuse, man, of holding these people accountable. There's always excuses. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, I can say I've had a lot of military friends over the years, like people I went to high school with who went into the military and shit. And I could tell you, definitely during the Iraq period, the early 2000s, everybody was on board, pro fucking military, pro patriotism. But look, patriotism now, you got that same mentality now. They call you a terrorist.
The first year and a half I was, until I was digging in and figured shit out. You know, at first,
none of my old military
I thought we
friends,
were attacked.
They don't talk like that anymore. They're not posting fucking American flags all over their Facebook like they were fucking 15 years ago. Because they know.
I was looking into the structure of the building and how it was built and what it could withstand. And when I seen the architecture guy speaking on how and the products they used, and he explained that whole bunch of facts, I started to like, even watching the incident happen that morning, in the pit of my stomach, I knew something wasn't right. So, and that proves, like, you know, it's like your spidey senses. As I'm watching it go down, just the way the building fell, because my whole time when it happened, I thought the building would tip over and fall into other buildings. I said, oh, this is about to be crazy. But then it started to come straight down like a demolition. And I was like, what the fuck? Right? Since when do buildings do that?
It would have been top heavy, and the top would have slid off.
Yeah. That's what I thought was going to happen. And crush all the buildings and people. But that happened. And then, you know, it was funny when they found this so-called license, right? And then if they use direct energy weapons, it would make sense how the plastic survived, because you can't microwave it. But it's just funny to me that no desks or no doors or nothing was found, but his little ID was. That was funny to me always. When that evidence is presented, I'd be like, no way, get out of here.
And a fully intact, fully inflated airplane tire was also on the street.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, they had to make it look like the plane went all the way through, because there's no parts that were going to be found. So they had to come up with a good scheme, and that's one of them. All the, you know, in reality, when the plane hit, that thing should have accordioned. You know, there's no way in real life the plane would have went almost through that building. It was designed to take 7 of them hits, maybe 4. I'll be nice and say 4. 747 hits. So, you know, that's common knowledge. If you just go and look, there's videos out there that show what how it was built and what cement they were using. They use this like new type of bomb-proof cement and shit. So,
well, I'm still kind of fucking fascinated about how that whole destruction of the Georgia Guidestones thing just kind of came and went.
oh yeah, when that happened, that was bugged out.
No kind of follow-up investigation. No kind of, just, oh, it's done. We're just gonna clean it up and forget about it. That's what we did.
Hold up. I'm glad you brought that up. I must look that up.
What are these clown holes doing over here now?
Yeah, I watched a whole stage video at one point. It was back in like 2014, 2015, where somebody filmed a guy going out to the Georgia Guidestones and actually removing what they call the cornerstone that was there. There's like this little piece that was right at the top of one of the pillars, and the way they were staging it like these are just regular people that showed up, took the stone out, and they broke it up into pieces on camera and shit. And they made it look like it was a sabotage, like good guys were doing something, like, but you could tell these motherfuckers are clearly Masons doing the whole fucking video, making it look like it was like they were trying to discredit the thing. I think that's why they ended up tearing it down a couple of years later. But because I had already doing research, I found out that the original cornerstone was already removed from there. So the one that was on this video of them taking it and destroying it was a fake one. So it was all fucking.
It was a ritual.
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody got.
Yeah, I'm looking up right now to see. I forgot. Okay, it says Georgia Guidestones, also known as America's Stonehenge. Yeah, okay, sure. Were 6 stone slabs that contain 10 guidelines in 8 different languages. The guidelines include Keeping the human population under 500 million in balance with nature. Who gives them that authority? Uniting humanity with a new language. Ruling with tempered reason. And protecting people and nations with fair laws and just courts. That's hilarious. They can't even do that now. and doesn't say the other one. They were erected in March of 1980 and became a popular tourist attraction. Yeah, always. These people could put up a stained pair of Hanes underwear and say it was fucking somebody's and people go pay to see it. Like, these people are probably banking off some bullshit stones they wrote something into and then make up a story and people will come pay to see it. These people would steal your heritage and rewrite it. Make it look like it was theirs.
What's written on there is referring to Agenda 2030, when they don't want any natural people on the land. They want them all in smart.
They need to become they in the past tense, more like they used to, or what would past tense be? Anyway, those people I'm gonna start naming specific names, like the DuPont family. And you know, I don't blame the children. I'm blaming the people that ran these companies at the time of them disposing their dumpster juice into the river.
Yeah, and a lot of those families, they've changed their names and shit at this point too, so to hide themselves.
It's bullshit, man. And people just go along, even though everything's corrupted. You know,
I'm just tired of being a slave to old shit, bro. Like, if that's what they did back in the day to get ahead, and that's all fine. That's what they did, but I'm not gonna be enslaved to a bunch of old shit. I'm just not. I think it's time we fucking, even, I hate to say it, but you know, the Constitution, we need a new one. We should have already wrote a new one already. And I don't know if anybody's smart enough to fucking come up with anything.
First, we need to write these people out of their position. All of them.
Yeah, well, it's like the idea of us needing to have representatives and senators and shit. That was all back in the day when people were riding horses and shit, and they didn't travel around and they weren't able to mass communicate in an instant level. Well, we got all that now. So the idea of all these representatives, I don't need nobody else representing me. I represent myself. Just on a fucking decision-making level, like, because these motherfuckers,
these people make all the decisions for us, right? People think they're making their own decisions. Yeah, I've never once, like, having people represent the country is a bad idea. The people should be the only ones representing the country. All these votes and shit all these laws that get put in place, I don't ever remember them running any of that across the people, right? They just, like, you know, they vote on it amongst them, right? And then boom, the law gets put in place. That's wild. That's why we're getting screwed over and over, because they just do what they want. Shit, I bet you they even took shit out of the Constitution and replaced it and rewrote it or altered it, which makes it void, null and void, whatever that saying is, right? Null and void. So
like that.
We would never know. We have to get an original edition of all the law somehow, some way. Somebody's got to have one from like 1890, some original shit. So I can guarantee you they took shit out.
Well, then you get
Through
into
generations to favor them in law. I can guarantee
religion
it.
and religious texts. It's all the same fucking shit.
Yeah.
How many times they've rewritten that? And if you want to get back to the original, well, then you got to have a conversation about, well, what is the original? Is the original really some fucking random stone tablets that some dude found in a fucking mountain? Or is the original
No.
really what comes out of you? And I go with the latter. That's why I fucking tell people all the time my spirituality and my connection with God, as it is, as we say, I should say, doesn't come from a book. I don't need a book to fucking verify it or support it. And you know, they talk about standing on a solid ground spiritually. That's the most solid ground I could stand on. As soon as I start reciting a book as the source of my information, all you have to do then is just discredit the book. And then your whole fucking house of cards fucking logic falls out the window. Well, if your shit comes from within you and is not validated outside you, nobody can defeat that. As long as what you're saying is true and coming from within you. Now, if you think you have a right to, well, my God tells me I got a right to kill other people, and well, then, you know, then you got a civil discussion to be had about causing loss, harm, or injury, liability, in a quote free society, in an interconnected community. And then you got a reason for man's laws to kind of, you know, very loosely police people's own ideas of what they feel like they have the authority to carry out. Well, as long as you're not harming other people, you don't create any victims. There's no harm, no foul, as they say. And that's why I find it interesting. This topic of blasphemy laws keeps coming up, and they speak about blasphemy as if it's an offense on other people's belief
That's
systems.
blasphemous.
Well, then it does become a game of circular logic, because the idea of blasphemy being against somebody else's religious view is by default going to be blasphemous to somebody else's religious view. So it's a never-ending game of circular logic, which is logical fallacy. And anybody who's well versed in the law and legalese and lawyers, they all know this shit. Every time they go in a courtroom and they make legal arguments, it's all about a well-crafted argument, and
Right.
something like that can be easily fucking defeated.
Laws in past cases. You know how hard it is to a real lawyer. Like, imagine having to look into all these old cases to find a good argument or proof that you didn't break a law. There's a lot of cases out there. Like law library, that's crazy, man. That's a lot of reading and looking. And
Right, but precedent is not really. Precedent is the house of cards. If you have to rely on a past decision for a current context, then you're pretty much just engaging just how religion is, which just uses the fact that something's old means that it's more legit than something that's of the current day, because it takes everything out of context. It says, okay, well, in 1970 we passed a law against, or made a law for abortion or this and that. Well, that was all before we've had all these things that have come from that. We have these industries that have popped up, and we have stem cell research, and then we have the idea of whether or not cloning is real. But if people are using cloning, well, that's a destructive technology in the current context that wasn't considered in the precedent. So a good lawyer is going to be able to make a legal argument, a case for why precedent is not relevant in a certain case based on these outstanding factors that can be, if you can legally argue them in a court of law, then that defeats precedent.
that's if the judge allows some of these arguments. I think they can It's all corrupted.
Yeah, then you get into who's the judge and what is he connected to and what's his agenda. So that's why our legal system is definitely, once they allowed, in the past 4 years, they've been changing a lot of definitions, if you've noticed. And once you start doing that, the legal system ends up on shaky ground, and that's where it's at now. But of course, we know that they go by the Black's Law Dictionary and not Webster's or Oxford Dictionary. So
Yeah, Black Law.
yeah, it's a whole nother language.
Damn, I got stoned, man. I don't want to do shit in my fucking face.
Yeah,
The
well, I'm
Georgia
sober.
Guide Stones. Where are they guiding people, these stones, right? What a name, Georgia Guide Stones. Like they're going to guide you somewhere.
Well, just think about the mentality somebody would have to think that, again, like you said, like to think that they have a certain authority to think that they can guide other people like that. That's not of God. And that's
Mark
not an
said
authority to God. That's making
he lives
yourself
an
God.
hour. He lives an hour from the Guide Stones. We're God. I don't, all that other shit. The only gods on this earth is us. Goddesses, that's it.
Well, it's our interpretation is definitely king, unless you give that away to someone else or some other dogmatic belief system.
Yeah, with them. I don't mean like, no pyramid scheme. I'm above anyone. I'm just the controller of my life. You are the king, God, whatever label.
Well, and that still applies because anything that infringes on that would be, what we could say is like the adversary. It would be like a Satan presence. If you're God and something's actively working against you, and you're, if you want to say life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, or your life plan,
Satan presence.
Yeah. So
Clinging
right now,
you
our
to the
government is
material.
Satan.
And then if you had in higher, to symbolize this so-called higher energy, they would persuade you to elevate. But yeah, Satan, it always seems Satan wants you to cling to some material things in them stories. Cling, get you anchored, or stuck into the physical, loving the physical. I don't, truthfully, who can tell a story outside the physical? Who has died? And then at that point, I've heard stories of people saying they were in this hot place and they were burning up. Yeah, your temperature was rising when you're. But
well, a lot of people say a lot of wacky shit, but just because somebody else had a dream or a vision or maybe it's some type of near-death experience, that was for them. That does not factor into my equation. Unless I directly had the experience, what everybody else talks, that's their experience. That has nothing to do with me. And, you find these Christians, a lot of times they'll want to point to these books that people wrote that, yeah, I died in a hospital and I saw heaven. And it's like, okay, well, that was your experience, bro. That ain't mine. I mean, I'll read your story and say, oh, it's interesting. But if you think I'm going to usurp my own experience based on your fucking, then you're fucking mistaken. and foolish.
I don't know. Like, I've heard somebody say, man, and it's true. In religion, you're allowed to believe in invisible characters and shit. You're not called insane.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's witchcraft, all of it. Worshipping a statue and all that. Voodoo doll.
Yeah, going to the hallowed
Some sort
building,
of figure.
listening to a bunch of fucking repeated mantras, and you want to talk about MK Ultra? There you go. Got to keep repeating that shit in your fucking head.
MK Ultra, Saturday Night Live, John Travolta. You ever watch a movie and you know,
What?
I'm gonna do a real good live stream on MK Ultra and how music and movies play roles in controlling people, man. Like playing video games and shooting people and stuff like that. I think it plays a role.
You know the movie The Matrix, right? Like it had a profound effect on social interpretation of everything that we perceive this world to be and shit. But if you watch that movie, and once it gets up to the part where Keanu Reeves, Neo, once he realizes, when they show him working in the office and he's going home to his apartment, once he has that moment that he realizes that that world is fake, everything else that happens in that movie is kind of just poppycock. That point of realization where he realizes that material fucking working in a cubicle world that is the Matrix. That part is the Matrix. Everything after that, the fucking dodging bullets and all this other shit, that's all just Hollywood fucking just, that's kind of the Disney fairy tale part of it. But once he has
like
that realization, that's it.
Like
That's
throwing lightning bolts out of your hand and creating people out of you know, out of the dirt and shit. Them type, like a talking snake going up a tree, like those are all coded. They take stuff and they make characters out of it to explain. It's like coded shit, man. That's how I see it.
Yeah, if you want to look at like the Garden of Eden and the apple story as that metaphor, you know, that serpent telling Adam and Eve not to eat of the fruit of the tree. They say that God told them that was their instincts told them not to eat it. But when they went against their instincts, when they went against that inner voice, that was the serpent. That was the fucking sin. The sin was in
the serpent reminds me of energy, right? Going up the spine or going up the tree.
I mean, yeah, you can go that deep with it if you want, and you can compare it to Kundalini and all this kind of shit if you want, but you don't even have to go that deep. Keep it very fucking simple.
Just to energy. Serpent, like the serpent sine wave, and the way serpents move is the same as the symbol for sound and energy and motion and all that.
Yeah, but we've also conflated.
Even
also
speaking.
It says, "Be wise as serpents." Does it not in the book?
Be wise as serpents.
Yeah.
And what's the other one? Something that's an owl. Wise as a serpent. I forget that saying.
Yeah, see, all of that is just piling extra shit on top of the fucking. You got to break that shit down to the simplest form.
Like a fraction.
That's the problem with our life. Yeah, the least common denominator type shit. Like, get down to the fucking root. That's where the fucking.
You got to get down to the seed. Fuck the root. The seed that made the root.
We could spend all day talking about whether fucking Jesus Christ was this fucking magical figure or not, or You don't even fucking need that. You're the fucking Jesus Christ.
That's why in that picture with the footsteps in the sand, I always tell people you're supposed to be those footprints, man. It's you walking in the sand, not Jesus.
Yeah, all this religion and shit, it's all about externalizing the internal, making it material. And that's where all the confusion and fucking deception and blasphemy comes in for me, is because it's intentionally there to make people externalize what should be a fully internal process. That's why it also says you should pray in silent, in secret, not be fucking doing it openly on fucking Facebook comments and in a church somewhere in front of everybody else. Oh, look how good I am. No, you've already missed the point. At that, you've already fucking, you committed a sin right there. You're not doing it being honest. Only you know whether your intentions are honest and true. You can fool other people with that shit, but at the end of the day, it's your psychological discomfort that's going to be the fruit of those actions. And some people never get there. I guess they'll die fucking diluted, and I guess that's their right. But who knows what the consequences in the afterlife are for that? Whereas it just seems like the people here in this life now who do kind of walk their own path and they do speak truth outside of the norm mentality herd, they get punished in this life. Well, as above, so below. I mean, you know, maybe in the next life it is inverted. And if you fucking lived an external spiritual life, well, you might be the one to have to come back here and learn these lessons again. And oh, you thought you was a big fucking white supremacist racist? Well, guess what? You can be reincarnated as a poor broke immigrant. And we'll see if you get the message that way.
We are them fallen angels.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, I can't really argue against, you know, I look at the metaphor of birth, you know, we fall from the womb, we come into this fucking world that's corrupted, but it's what we do once we get here that matters. If not, then
said in my rhyme,
cool.
I said, you regurgitate all them scriptures and you still haven't met Yahweh's outstretched hand. You know that painting by Michelangelo, I think it is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what's so powerful about regurgitating scripture.
Well, it's witchcraft, bro. Like you said already.
Well, yeah, but
it's manipulating one's intentions. Like if you're a witch and you go out in the woods and you do some fucking cook up some magic potion and dance around a fire and you're all chanting, especially in a group, you're all fucking holding hands, and because you know a coven, you gotta have three.
He turned water to wine, man. That's witchery. People just overlook that. No, because it's Jesus. Jesus can't do witchcraft. It ain't witchcraft when he does it, right? But
well, that's why I say if you look at psychology itself, there's two main branches within that. One of them is cognitive psychology. Alchemy, the other is social psychology. Cognitive psychology is all the thinking and psychological processes that happen within an individual, within their own mind. When you get into social psychology, it's a totally different branch that deals with the psychology of people in groups. And people act totally different and opposite in some ways in a group setting than they will within their own mind. So that tells you right there why we have religion. Well, it's social psychology. Well, why do we have, you know, people who are comfortable with their own relationship with God? Well, that would be more cognitive. And there's nothing that you can find in any psychological literature, anything to do with self-development, empowerment, all that is cognitive. That's all within you. It might happen in a group setting with other like-minders, but that's just taking advantage of the power of social psychology of people in groups. Some people need that. Some people don't. It's like the difference between an introvert and an extrovert. Introverts don't need other people to, recharge themselves, find themselves. Extroverts do. They have to have that. And, you can look at that.
As said, The Matrix is the second book. First book is Terminator, written by the same person. I never knew that. That makes it even more interesting now, because Terminator also, just like the movie with Will Smith there, what was it, I, Robot, which to me was like almost like Terminator, but to another level. Technology to me could be used maybe for good, but for the most part, I think artificial technology will kill the
Well, yeah, think about the first Terminator movie, right? The whole point was that the Terminator was sent to kill what? Sarah Connor. Why was she so important? Why was she so important in the movie? What did she do in that movie that
she was a woman, the mother, man.
Yeah, and she had a kid in that movie, and that's why we got Terminator 2, 3, and 4. It was about the offspring. He was trying to kill her before she reproduced. But she had a certain level of awareness. She was strong enough. She was stronger than the herd. You know what I mean? I'd have to go back and watch that to really focus on.
It's always about the woman and the child and the reproduction of life. It seems to be in a lot of stuff because that's sacred.
Because see, there was other Sarah Connors in that movie. Remember, he would show up at other Sarah Connors' houses, but it wasn't the right one. It wasn't her. So what was so special and unique about her, and not all the other women in the world at that time, all the other Sarah Connors?
Well, I think Sarah is just a symbol of the woman. You know, they couldn't put all women, but
I mean, I could look at that story as a metaphor for even the story of Jesus. Like maybe her fucking offspring was that fucking like the Jesus figure. That's what they were trying to kill. And to me, that's what religion kills. It kills the Jesus of all of us. If we were to fucking look at ourselves that way. And I do. I see Jesus as a brother figure.
I think these people, when they say they'll resurrect people, I think they're not bullshit, man. I think they'll go into them graves where people are in them caskets, and they'll take the DNA out of the bones and put a copy of you back on the realm.
Well, you look at one of my favorite movies from the 80s, Return of the Living Dead. It's a metaphor for that. What were they doing? They had this drug or this gas. It was reanimating dead bodies.
Yeah, there's something about them. All of a sudden putting you in an airtight casket in the ground to preserve your bones. There's something about that. And I think your eyes turn into like crystal shit, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard. I don't know how true it is, but I maybe the organs turn into they take your organs out. That's right. That's weird, bro. Like I think all that shit, I'm a scrap car and shit, a chop shop. You know, first they take the oil out and all that, with your blood, drain that out, and then fill it up with some abominant fluid. You'd probably be tripping balls. And then they gut you. That's wild shit, bro. That don't even sound right.
Well, what do they do with all that blood that they take out of the dead bodies, I wonder?
Ooh, that's what I want to know. What if they're using it to create a cyborg? You know, use the blood to run through the cyborg. What if all along it is the blood, right? Like, your DNA and all that is like, your whole genetic makeup is in the DNA and the blood.
I kind of look at oil as the blood of the earth, you know what I mean? At least metaphorically.
The oil is the blood of the earth.
Just like they're sticking needles in the earth to drain the blood, you know. Same thing they do when they want to take your blood.
That's above, so below.
Yeah. Mocking.
Damn.
Mocking of nature and God's creation.
Them oil pumps are like mosquitoes.
Like, I have no desire to figure out why a tree does what a tree does. I can just appreciate the tree for what it is and honor it on that level. I don't need to fucking cut it open and I don't need to kill the tree in order to understand it. I can understand it just by watching it be a tree, alive and thriving and growing. And if it dies naturally, well, I can observe and honor that too, because that is what nature does. It's just like our human life does the same fucking thing. And
I
these
remember
motherfuckers are hell bent on killing everything in order to understand it.
listening to a RZA song. He had mentioned that humanity, when they don't know something and they fear it, they'll shoot it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's wild. That the way Mother Earth is treated, the way animals are gunned down and hunted and eaten, like, it's common sense that trees are growing fruit, nuts, like all this natural shit that's good for you, and yet we still gun animals down and eat them. Even as a child, when I ate meat, I hated it. And then when my mom said we're eating cows and all that, it bugged me out. It didn't make sense to me why we're eating animals. Wild shit. I think we've been tricked into accepting the fact, you know, people say protein. I get it, protein, but you can get that from all other sources.
Does it make any more sense that we have to eat anything, including plants, and take a shit every day? Does that make any sense? Like, does that?
Hell no.
You know what I mean?
Taking
That's
shit
like when
sucks.
people get off on this God thing a little too far. I always bring it back to that. I was like, well, you know, does God take a shit every day like we gotta do? Can you write that into your
we
fucking
are God.
worldview? You know what I mean?
God takes a shit every day.
Yeah,
I gotta
maybe
find
so.
that creation story, man, of the creator creating, giving a piece. Like, it reminds me of that movie 9, man. The story I heard of the creator took basically his energy or whatever and created a bunch of different people to have around his friends, you know what I mean? Or to learn humanity, more or less. And that creative story, a million times better
Well, even
than
in
that fake ass fucking Garden of Eden story they teach.
Well, let's take a garden. Let's take a Garden of Eden as an example. Well, anybody who's done a garden knows that one of the most crucial ingredients that you need for a great garden to grow big and plentiful foods is compost. Well, what is compost? Well, that's dead organic material and fucking worm shit and fucking.
And cows are the best for it because their stomach, the way they regurgitate it, and then they make up the best. It's like a cycle. It's like God created, like the creator, more or less, not God. The creator, the cow is like, has its own purpose, man, and runs in unison with Mother Earth. You know how it eats the grass, poops it out, and then it gives the ground sources to grow more grass. It's like a fucking cycle. Shit.
But like, even if an animal dies, like a cow dies in the field, it's gonna lay there and it's gonna rot. But there's a whole network of natural critters that are designed to come along. Their whole life revolves around death, just like ours does. The point of life kind of is to die.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, you think about these elites, what are they trying to do? They're trying to come up with ways of where they can live forever. So what would be the most ultimate way to try to defy God? The most satanic thing you can do at that point, besides all the other shit they do to subvert
I wouldn't want to be a
the natural
cyborg.
world, is to fucking want to live forever. No,
you
I won't.
It's not you, man. If they upload your what they call a consciousness, which is just memory in a chip, that's all it is. It ain't your. I don't think it's your real essence, man.
And they
Like,
don't have a consciousness
you wouldn't
worth
even
saving
know you were
anyway.
still alive. You would be another version of you. You'd be a robot. It'd be just nothing. It would not be your essence. I don't think they could capture that.
Like, does Bill Gates, for an example, do you think his consciousness is something that deserves to live on forever? Should we preserve that?
Hell no, you should fucking take a shit on his face.
There's nothing fucking genius about this guy, you know what I mean? So these motherfuckers are the ones that really want to fucking live forever. But they have no fucking benefit to humanity at all.
People be like, Chuck, Bush got family too, man. That's fucked up. Well, if I was a piece of shit like him, you could shit on my face too. If I went and slaughtered a whole bunch of people. For your freedom. It was for your own good.
And it seems like all my favorite creative people that I've ran across in my life that have inspired me on some level, the really good ones for me, they always seem to be the ones that die early and this sort of thing. And to me, those are the ones that I would want to see live forever. Those are the ones that I'm still going back to their material from 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago and re-listening to it and saying, wow, what would this motherfucker say today? But still what they said back then is still inspiring even today. Well, I can tell you, that's not Bill Gates. That's not the fucking Donald Trumps and Joe Bidens of the world. I don't see too many people on a world stage, creatively or fucking intellectually, philosophically, that exist today that I think are worthy of fucking living forever. I don't think they serve humanity on that level anymore.
You know what I think gold veins could be? That's a good one, S. I never thought of that. Or if like a Titan died, you know how we got metals in our blood and all that? I thought maybe these veins were veins of a Titan, but I thought about the tree roots to these Titan trees could turn into coal or maybe crystals too. But yeah, these gold and silver veins they find in the ground and all the iron and the stone, it's like, where does that come from? I personally don't think it's natural. Because if the earth has everything we have in our body, that means the earth was alive at some point. It might have been a super titan or whatever. Because if an animal dies on our level of existence, and like in the groove said, the microscopic bugs and all that start coming along and eating everything up to make a cycle. So maybe we're the same as the microscopic, as the micro world. We're just parasites. Because parasites on a micro level are just probably aware as we are.
Well, they have some sort of instinct within them that tells them what to do. You don't see a bird. A bird does not need to fucking read a book to know how to be a bird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like programmed already, like everything else. That's why I think.
Like, why does a baby fucking smile and laugh? You know what I mean? You didn't have to teach the fucking baby how to fucking be happy.
The baby's birth, it opens its eyes and it starts crying because it realizes, I'm back here again.
Well, they spank the baby to make it fucking cry. You know what I mean? That's the first fucking thing they do. And then they fucking take it away from the mama. And within a week, they're cutting on its dick. There's the sexual fucking
oh my god
trauma. It's all trauma based. That's what mind control. It's all trauma based. That's why 2020 happened. It was a mass fucking mind control. That's why they kept from day one. They already had this fucking new normal fucking scripture already fucking laid out, and they fucking repeated that shit over and over.
Yeah, they're ready to upload this program into the children. That's why you go to school and you got the parasite teaching, and they upload this bullshit to your mind. But it didn't work.
Like, I'm ready for this next round of bird one flew over the bird's nest type shit. I'm ready for him to just do that shit already. Let's see where the fuck we at after 4 years. Let's see how many people are gonna fucking line. Let's see who learned and who didn't. Because that's really what all that shit's about. They want to see how many people they got in the fucking bag. Because I think they've been looking at election numbers and voting and people who participate, and they're seeing people fall off, and they've become disillusioned with the American dream because it was all bullshit anyway, that they've been siphoning off of it, and enough people have woken up to that. So now the new thing is, well, let's see how much you still trust authority if it's a matter of life and death. And we saw how people reacted to that in 2020. Some of us were good. I made the decision very early. I said, well, even before I knew any of the fuckery was happening yet, I said, if this thing is real, and this is going to be the thing, if this is going to be a matter of life and death, I'm just going to choose. I'm going to trust nature and God. If it's my time to go, and this thing takes me out, then that's just God's will, and that's what I'm gonna honor. I'm not doing I'm not gonna trust science. I'm not gonna do all that.
That's why the third eye in religious paintings is God's throne. Because yep.
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
That's your beacon to the creator.
I just don't want another 30 years of this shit drug out. You know what I mean? This fucking limbo that we're in right now, I'm fucking done with it, because I fucking made my decision very early. I already knew I went to fucking grad school. I got out at early 2018. And even at that point, I already fucking was throwing science out the fucking window because I already saw enough flaws. I was like, this shit's doomed to fail. And when 2020 hit, I was prepared for that.
Think about how religion took the woman out of the picture. When they created the devil, which was the diva. That's how I see it. The sun and moon, the female counterpart. That shit is weird to me. And the female, like, think about how a baby grows in her womb, man. Like, a whole nother frequency. A cymatic growing frequency. It's like,
well, it's a divine spark, dude. That's when the fucking when the sperm and an egg, when the sperm enters the egg, it's an electrical spark that happens there. And you know, I hate to offend the fucking pro-choice people who fucking think a baby's not a baby until a certain amount, but really, when that fucking sperm enters that egg, that's the life. That's when life starts. That baby has an internal world for those first 9 months. That's why I don't like the idea of, like, astrology should really be based on your conception date, in my opinion. Now, we could argue, you know, the day you come into the world, and I get that. That's probably part of the equation too, but because I'll tell you this, like, my mama's birth date plays a very strong role in my fucking annual timeline. When her birthday rolls around, her birthday month, which is August, I've always, before I even knew about astrology, I always said August is my power month. That's when the biggest, best changes happen for me, is right around that time period. And especially on her fucking date, I had a lot of creative breakthroughs on her fucking birthday. And she was a Leo, and I feel some Leo energy, but I don't have any planets in Leo if I look at my chart. But my mama did. And that shit definitely, I definitely factored that into my equation astrologically, just based on my observations.
play your newest beat. In the groove, what's the newest beat you made?
Well, I don't know. I would say probably the one I uploaded, but no, I went back and I worked on a couple things that I had already done before, like that Pimp C remix. I added a few more little parts of that, but I haven't recorded
Hey, you did a Pimp C remix. That's dope.
Yeah, I took the acapella for Knocking Doors Down, and it came out pretty good. It was a little oversampled. The newer version I'm working on is a little better, but I haven't put together a song with it yet. I've just been kind of making parts. But,
I've always liked Pimp C, man. His voice and his style, man. His accent, all that plays a good part.
Yeah, he's my favorite. He's my Tupac, bro. So
you gotta
he's
hear
done
this
very well.
this dude from Texas named Mexican OT. What makes him? He's lyrical, and the way he rolls his tongue, because he's Mexican, on some words, it just fits with his style, man. It's something different.
Yeah, it's why I like E40 too, because he's got like he kind of reminds me of Pimp C a little bit.
E40, yo, that dude will give you a lot of game in his rhymes.
He's prolific, bro. He's got a lot of fucking material out there.
I like Scarface. That's who Sir Drop likes. I think Scarface, man, from down south.
Yeah.
I
like the Ghetto Boys. I was big into them, yeah.
They were all right. My mind is playing tricks on me.
I kind of like Willie D. He's more he's my favorite Ghetto Boy, Willie D. Scarface is cool too, though, but it's a different kind of flair there.
Hip hop's wild, bro. Like, it went from fighting the power and having like speaking some knowledge in your lyrics, and then it did a complete fucking, I don't know what, 180, and it went to the opposite. It went from the plus to the negative. Actually, it has more balanced back in the days. It had plus and negative. It would balance it out. But now it's all killing, and through the whole song they're talking about killing, and just there's really no positive anything in the rhymes nowadays for the most part.
Well, I know they get a lot.
They're off balance. They're all negative.
A lot of people, when they mention like the best rappers and shit, and like it's of course the ones that come up always Tupac and Biggie, but to me, bro,
hell no way. Pac was good, but Biggie wasn't even he wasn't that lyrical. Come on.
Yeah, like Public Enemy and Chuck D, bro. Like, to me, it's hard to fucking top their first 2-3 albums, bro. Like, lyrically, Chuck D, fucking, you want to talk about breaking some lyrics down, bro? That really is poetry, bro.
That's my favorite lyricist. Johnny Cash. No, I'm joking. Lyrical, it would be Method Man. I got a few. Killer Priest. I like Master Ace's lyrical.
Sitting on Chrome.
Who else? I could go on for days, but the whole Wu's lyrical, right? Prodigy.
I mean, like, as far as that East Coast sound goes,
if I want to go hurt somebody, I'll put MOP. Damn.
I like Mos Def, dude. I think I don't think he gets enough mentions. But I think he's his style for me is nice. Like, yeah, I like Mos Def.
Anyone from the 90s is almost lyrical, right? You had to have skills to back then.
Yeah, and if you notice, they did very well with pronunciation and I guess enunciation. Like, when they speak, you can clearly hear what they're saying, and even in terms of just hearing it, but also in the larger message that they use in so few words. Like, it definitely has a poetic attribute to it. And now everything is just kind of like whatever they say with the words, there is no like larger meaning to it. Like, you can't extrapolate what they say today into some larger poetic context. I can't anyway. Not compared to like the older rappers.
Wu-Tang, like the RZA, that's why he's my favorite producer, man, the RZA, because And it made me understand him a little more when I watched the Wu-Tang saga, the thing they had. When it was showing him how he started to play the real instruments for the double album. And I always wondered when I would hear the double album if he was really playing the piano and the violin, but he used real people. So,
Well, dude, I mean, in that regard, if you look at the Beastie Boys, bro, I'm wearing the fucking Check Your Head t-shirt right now. I can show you, bro. But you take the Beastie Boys' first album. There you go. You see that? You take their first album, which is very simple fucking rap.
you're muted. I don't know if you're talking, but you're muted.
Oh, my bad. Did you hear me? I brought up the Beastie Boys. Oh, probably when I hit the camera thing. But their album, their Check Your Head album, they played band instruments. Fucking Mike D played the
I have to
drums.
listen to it.
Bruh, it's a fucking masterpiece, dude. It's got sampling in it and fucking band.
I always liked that Beastie Boys song where they had the robots. That beat was serious.
Intergalactic. Yeah, I didn't really. That album fell off for me. But that was after the Check Your Head album. It was a huge turn, but that Check Your Head album that's in my top 10 all-time most essential if I'm deserted on a desert island albums. That's definitely in the list, bro.
And then, who's your top 3 producers? I would say the RZA. DJ Premier and
I don't know, bro.
Dr. Dre, maybe.
In terms of rap, like all those you mentioned were sample-based producers, and
no, not just the RZA. The RZA played instruments as time went on. And I think he did it all. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off again. I think the RZA did sample and he played instruments and then he did that digital. But anyway, my bad.
Yeah, you know, I come from the dance music world where everything was. Some of it, like the Prodigy, not the rapper, the Prodigy, but the group Firestarter and all that shit. Like,
yeah, I was like, who the hell is that? I seen that, the Prodigy, and I was listening to it. It was rock and roll. I thought it was Prodigy from Out Deep one day, back in the day when you could record music, and I downloaded it. I'm like, who the hell is this? The Prodigy.
Yeah, they're kind of up there with some of the more produced electronic music because it was a mixture of the raw synthesizer sounds, but they also had some samples based in it, which is kind of what I'm trying to do, even though I spend probably 80 to 90% of my time on the raw synthesizer end of it, because that's the hardest for me to make right. The sampling part is easy. I can just throw that over the top to add the finishing touches to the whole ensemble. But so producers for me, it gets a little murky. But
I should be your favorite producer. You.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I'm not yet. But if I didn't think that I was able to add something on the level of what inspired me, I wouldn't even be doing it. So that's why the old techniques are important to me, because that's where the sound and inspiration, the direction I have is to compare to those guys who were doing it more of a raw form level. But like the producer for No Limit and all the Master P's albums and shit, I think it's Mac, M-A-C. I think he's one of them, and there's another guy I'm missing out here. But for me, that the way that they made the raw beats in music, to me, it's a much more impressive skill than, look, I love NWA, I love Public Enemy and Terminator X, but that was all sampled beats where the magic and the hook, it came from the original source material. Now there's an art form to sampling where you take those parts and you make them into something rhythmically different tempos, different feel. And yes, that to me, that is an extension of the creative process. I don't think it's a copy, but it is different than making that raw source material that people do want to. Why would an artist need to sample something that already exists if they could just make it from scratch? You know what I mean? So there is something to those original songs that do end up getting sampled, like taking a James Brown beat, or like drum and bass. The whole drum and bass genre is based on one drum loop. They call it the Amen break. And I can't remember the name of the exact song. It's Amen something. But they all sampled that one fucking drum loop. And every drum and bass song has that same fucking loop in it. But that just shows you the power of sampling, but it also shows you the power of that one initial groove that became sampled. It created a whole fucking genre off of it. And if you listen to that original record, that's only like a 10 to 15 second breakdown in the song. So it's an interesting thing. Dre definitely, like producers like Dre, I say they definitely have a knack for hearing samples. And I'll tell you another one that I do like is DJ Muggs, who did all the
Oh
Cypress
yeah,
Hill
I forgot
stuff.
about Muggs.
Yeah, he's enough. I put him up there with Dr. Dre, even though he's not as famous. He's on the
Yeah,
same level as
Muggs is
Dre.
good, man.
Yeah,
Forgot about Muggs. Yes, that
there's a lot of
album
them.
was my favorite, man. The one that had a lot of Dark Man, The Devil in the Blue Dress. It had the RZA and the GZA did that song. Damn, what album was that? DJ Muggs.
It's like DJ Muggs presents something. Yeah, that's
Soul
a good
Assassins,
compilation album.
Volume 1.
Yeah, that's a good album. Yeah.
Yeah, Good Mob, Mob D, The Infamous Mob. Had Had Wu-Tang.
I'll tell you another one. Fucking DJ Paul, 3-6 Mafia. He's another one that's fucking. But he's definitely more what I'm trying to do. He's heavily sample based and straight off of the raw.
Would be the best down south producer. That's a good one right there. 6, yep. I ain't putting Jermaine Dupri in there. I'm not with all that club dancing, shiny suit. I'm stoned. Shit.
No, but I'll bring up another name. A guy that he was known as Static Major. He was real heavily the late 90s.
Static Selector.
Static Major. He actually produced Lil Wayne's song Lollipop. That was the last song he did before he mysteriously.
So that's where Static Selector stole his name from. Static Major.
Probably, yeah. He did Aaliyah's albums. He did some of Aaliyah's biggest songs. You're kind of borging out a little bit. But yeah, he was like one of these unknown behind the scenes producers that was a big part of a lot of artists' sound. They don't get enough recognition. But as a DJ does, they sit in the back and the fucking MCs and rappers in the front. Just like a drummer in a rock band. He's sitting back there holding everything together, fucking creating the backbone for everybody in the front of the stage to fucking do their thing. And everybody spends their time like focusing on the lead singer and the lead guitarist and shit. And the bass player and the drummer, they're just back there fucking doing their thing. But they're the most important elements in the group, Now you went silent. I don't know if you dropped out or not. I can't really see. It looks like Large Marge fucking picture up here. So other producers, I'm trying to think. Hmm. Let me think. Well, in the dance world, one of my biggest, the people on my route, Mount Rushmore, a group called Rabbit in the Moon out of Florida. They created their own sound, and a lot of that is just straight off of rolling instruments. There's another group out of Texas called Symbiosis that nobody's probably familiar with, but they're another one of my big forefathers, if you will. Like I was gonna say earlier, Cool Keith. I think Cool Keith is a very underrated producer. He's got a lot of aliases that he works under, but he makes his own music and shit, and along with the lyrics. And the lyrics can seem kind of silly and shit at times, and they are, but the lyrics, the music he makes, he's above the fray. He's very ahead of the curve there.
I'm gonna jump off in like 10 minutes. Damn, 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm about to cook some shit.
Good one today.
Yeah, I've been kind of struggling myself with this whole music thing, like motivationally, and I don't know, I guess motivation and inspiration, I guess, but I'm tired of running into people who I don't know, who come at me wanting to fucking do some collaboration project. Not you, but just people that, you know, they ask me, they want me to do this and that, and they're gonna fucking provide lyrics and shit, and then they fucking just don't do anything, bro. They just fucking leave me hanging, and I'm just getting sick of the whole thing, bro. Because I want to collab. I need an everyday partner around me who's just as motivated and willing to fucking do the work every day like I am, and I fucking can't. All I can find is people who say they want to do shit and they don't fucking put in any work. It's fucking very defeating. It's just been a recurring theme.
That's about this EP I'm working on.
You're borging out. I got a name for you. Favorite producers, definitely Egyptian Lover. And it's not because he makes complicated music, because it's not. It's because he makes very simple music. He's got his own formula. He's got his own sound. And let's see, it's been 80s, 90s. He's 45 years deep with his little formula, his sound, and he's still making dope shit. And he is his own entity. You can't talk about old school music. You can mention Latin freestyle, and there's a lot of people that fall in that category. And you can mention house and EDM, and a lot of people fall in that category. But you have to mention people. Yeah.
I don't remember what I was saying. But yeah, I got booted out.
Oh yeah, you was Borgin. That's what I told you, but you're still kind of doing it a little bit. That's all good. Yeah, there's a lot of like I love 80s pop music in general, just for the music bed, the sound bed, and when it comes to producers for that, there's a lot of people who had their hand in making those sounds work. But that's why I'm so drawn to the classic Roland instruments, because that's the only real common factor between all that music, was that they were using the same instruments. It's just different people using them, different sounds in different ways. But I love fucking. I always bring up the fact that I'm a big fan of fucking the early Madonna shit, and she had a guy behind her, Jelly Bean Benitez, who was a house music producer from the house DJ scene in New York. But even him, he had a lot of session players and other people that he brought in to kind of. He was more of a kind of like a Quincy Jones, who would just bring the right people together to create a good project. And so it's hard when you talk producers. There's people who get credited as producer, but there's a lot of individual people and musicians behind that contribute, that really made it what it is. Like even Madonna songs, I can't remember. I think "Like a Virgin," the song "Like a Virgin" from Madonna, was actually written by two 40-year-old white guys, and which is fucking mind blowing if you think about it, that they write a song like a virgin. But that's how all the pop songs back in the day, that were mostly written by other people. These popular artists just they say they like the song, they secure the rights, they pick those little song lyrics that are submitted.
It boots me out again. I'm about to end it anyway.
Well, you sound better now, so. But even like you, Chuck, like you have a knack for writing lyrics and rapping and all that. But even if you were just to write songs on paper with your lyrics and you copyrighted them, all the popular artists back in the day, they would be looking for songs like yours, and they would find your lyrics and say, "Oh shit, I could flow to this," and so your song would get bought out by them, and then your whole career, you'd basically be like a ghostwriter. And they're trying to replace all of that now. That's what AI is here to replace. It's not here to replace the Drakes of the world. It's here to replace the
AI. Like, they record a voice, certain seconds of your voice, and then I bet you they've been using this technology to where artists will tell AI write them an album, or AI take their voice and or maybe AI could upload an album of, say, Ghostface, right? And then by the words Ghostface used and all that, it could take his style and write an album for him. Like, just saying, like, I'm not saying Ghostface. I don't think Ghostface needs a ghostwriter at all. He is the ghostwriter. But I couldn't do that, bro. I couldn't. I don't know. Selling lyrics, maybe, but I don't know. Ghostwriting's weird, man. I can see if you're in the studio though, and your friends, help you out with a few lines. That's different. But yeah, I gotta jump off here in 10 minutes. Go do a bunch of shit. Kimba, got five left in the chat, man. Salute to everybody. Can't believe I read it for 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's wild. Was it worth my 2 hours of reading? Yeah. I gotta look some of this stuff up. Like Project Ultra. I'll go over that tomorrow. I uploaded a document on Project Ultra. I want to check it out. And MK Ultra too. Because these German scientists were studying sound, frequency, and they were also studying alchemy of how sounds and frequencies will change the balance of the chemicals in the body, right, to get reactions. These German scientists were evil fucking fucknuts. Or they were good and people used them to push evil.
Well, even all that stuff is, again, it goes back to the earlier conversation about the probability and mind control. It's the ultimate trump card with all that shit is, yeah, you might could fucking come up with frequencies that are gonna appeal and control even a certain segment of the population that's susceptible to that, just like people who are really deep into fucking trusting the TV over real life type people. But you're not going to get everybody, because we are, if you look at different personality types, you can find this in anything. You can look at even the different types of there's 4 main different types of advertising, and you got a small percentage of people who are information based. You got probably 30-something%, a third, that the herd, I call them, that respond more to emotional appeals, and that's why they have fucking music beds and fucking these commercials that are trying to make you feel sad with some sad music in the background as they're telling you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that
You
only
ever
works on certain
turn
people,
them ads off in the groove when you're watching them. Turn them off, like download a video and turn the commercial off, and then watch it with the sound on. It's too different. It don't even affect you with no sound. Stupid commercial. The music.
Well, that's why when I do have my TV on, it's almost always on mute anyway. Like I just have it for the visual. Like the sound is just annoying to me because it's also intrusive, and it's all advertiser based. It's all about trying to subtly fucking manipulate. I pick up on all that, and it fucking annoys me. That's why I have so many quote complaints about the world, because I see this shit everywhere. It's fucking intentional manipulation for only a certain segment of the fucking population. And it works to a large degree, but for people like me, it's just a fucking annoyance. I turn that shit right off. I don't like commercials. But then if I go back and I see old commercials from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, they don't annoy me because they're not the same as the ones we have now. Just the way they make you feel when you watch the damn things. Look at drug company commercials. That's a prime example. Just watch that shit and break it down psychologically. It's all manipulation. The slow motion, the lady fucking picking flowers, smiling like a fucking weirdo as they're telling you all these horrific side effects. It's all on purpose. They're not worried about people. They know they can't get people like us. The aware, the information-based people, that they're not. They try to come up with a way. They'll use false information on us to try to deceive us that way and to make us doubt ourselves. It's a form of gaslighting. But all that fucking do your part, trust the plan, fucking make America great again, all that shit appeals to these normies, bro, that are fucking emotionally appealed to, and they love it. That's what they respond to. But they would never get all of us with one fucking thing, bro. We're just different. That's what makes a two-party fucking political system work. You got two contrasting groups that respond to what they respond to, and that's a hard thing for them to overcome, it seems like. Because even after 4 years,
StreamYard's acting up, bro. I don't know what's going on, but it keeps fucking, you were borging out, and I thought it was about to boot me out again. And it's not letting me upload all my back pictures. It's fucking streaming artists.
Yeah, we probably said too much, bro. You know how that shit goes. I noticed that on a stream the other day. As soon as the motherfucker said one thing, the fucking shit went all wonky, and they were definitely getting deep into some terms there. And I think there's certain words that get triggered. They know when you're talking about certain things. See, we're not talking about what they want us to talk about today. We're not talking about World War III. We're not talking about fucking Joe Biden and Trump. You know what I mean? If we were talking about that shit, our stream would work perfect because that's what they want us to fucking focus on. If you talk about anything outside of that, that's what gets their ears perked up. Because we're not going on with the narrative. We're not going to. We already see the fucking trick for that shit. That's why it's important for us to speak about things that the mainstream, the hive mind is not talking about, because quantumly, we're fucking keeping the balance there. Fucking, even if nobody else hears it right now, there's somebody else somewhere that's having these thoughts. Just like when I'm not on this stream and y'all are talking about shit, there's certain things y'all talk about that resonate. That's when I pop up here. I hear you talking about it and it's already in my head fucking kicking around. I'm like, okay, well, it's time to tap in over here. So it's all connected, bro. It's all. That's why they work so hard to fucking look. You wouldn't need censorship if it was just as easy as fucking controlling people's minds. And we have no audience. We have less than fucking 1,000 subscribers most times, and probably 10, 20 listeners tops any day. We still got fuckers over here fucking trying to fuck up the program. Why would they worry about 20 people in a nation of fucking 330 million? Because there's something happening there on a quantum level. The bees, we the bees in a hive, dude. And we have an effect, bro, whether people are hearing it right now or not. It's out there. It's already been spoken into existence. Heaven on earth. That's what I'm trying to bring to light, bro. Fuck all this death cult shit. Oh, he jumped off again. I got to jump off too, bro. I got my stove heated up. I'm about to cook, so. All y'all have a good day out there. Let me pull up the chat real quick. See if I can see anything on here. My screen is all fucked up on here. Now it's not loading. Comments. Here we go. What's up? I see G. I see. Is it Mark Basket? What's up, bro? What's up, Naga? Kimba. I can't see who this is. S. Whoever S is. X. What does this say? Christos. That's got to be Christos, right? Xtos 6. Mark Basket again. Chief 18 Wheels. Cool. That's all the comments. So Dominic, I see Dominic now. Jay Hayden. I think it's loading new shit. Y'all are on it today. Boy, I wish Joe King, what's up, bro? I wish I wasn't stuck to being on my phone and I could go back to laptop life, and my social media game was a lot better. Danny Skylard. When I could engage in chat and run my own fucking. I miss doing those screencasts when I could record my computer screen and talk at the same time. That's how I used to do all my news and my nuclear activism commentary, the screencasts. But I haven't been able to do that in fucking years now. Because I still live in a place we don't have internet out here. Imagine that shit. I could get satellite and that's it. Which I'm thinking about moving to satellite internet and getting rid of my phone entirely. I fucking hate these phones. I don't talk to anybody on the phone. I don't even take my phone with me when I go outside the house anymore, so I might just get satellite because I can't really stream on my phone anyway, so satelliting them do no worse. The only thing I hate about satellite is there's data caps. But if I had unlimited data on a satellite, I'd hook that shit up. All right, well Chuck's out of here, and I'm about to cook, so I'm gonna bounce out too, and guess I'll catch y'all on another stream or the timeline loop tomorrow as we keep looping on this fucking upside down world till it gets better, right? Turn it back upright and start walking righteous. Get our fucking head out the sand. Oh, got a comment popping up. Check it one last time here. What we got? Chat? No. I don't know where that came from. All right. All right. Well, y'all have a blessed day, as they say. And I don't know. I'd say do something great, but I don't know what kind of greatness I'm going to pull off today. But I'm gonna carry the intention anyway. So, all right. Peace out.